Today95.1fm, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
This position, it will be addressed as at when due, but it's not that maybe the House have suspended the process. No, because this is a matter that has to do with financial reckless activities that are required as an arm of government. As an arm of government, we need to investigate this matter. To me, I still believe that it's just an allegation, and I'm expecting the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Loki Ayedatiwa, to come out. There's a 14 allegation against him, leveled against him. He should be able to come out and exonerate himself. To the whole world, will obey it, will wait till the court decide. Whatever the court decide, we will definitely abide with it.
It is said that a fish rots from the head. Healthy societies are raised by good leaders, while bad leaders push societies into decay. If a leader is rotten, the country will be rotten. There's no country that will be rotten, or no fish, for instance, that will be rotten, and then the head of the fish is fresh. It's impossible. So once you see bad governance, know that it is bad leadership.
But unlike you, because I understand how economy works, I saw it ahead of time, and I have been shouting since I became governor, that the way we are going, the kind of decisions many of us politicians are making, the way we are going about Nigeria is only going to bring about hardship. Nigeria was never like this before. God, in His infinite mercy, has endowed Nigeria like no other country in the world. Most of us leaders don't act like Christians. And that has been my pain and fight. If you are a leader and you are not ready to give of yourself, you think that leadership is about how much you can get, how much you can take for yourself, then I'm sorry, it's between you and God.
It's very hard. A lot of people that those things happen to, you would never want to believe in God ever in your life. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? But to still have faith, and to still be able to do what I love, having a great team around me, and just focusing. You know what I'm saying? And now
it's very special, man.
Yeah, now we're almost at the finish line, and you know what I'm saying? It's a story that I want people to see and watch, you know?
Going through that tragedy, your son, and then having twins, it's such a blessing in life, man.
Now, when me and my wife found out, we were shaking like, what the fuck? Yeah. And it was in the same month. My son passed last year, October. My wife gave birth this year, October, so.
The voice of music superstar Davido there speaking and confirming the birth of his twins just last week. Okay, it was a trend on social media. Congratulations to Davido and Chioma. And then we started off this morning with voice from the Ondo State majority leader of the House of Assembly speaking on the planned impeachment of the deputy governor. And then from there, you heard the voice of Dogara, that's the speaker, former speaker of the House of Reps, speaking of the reason why it seems as though Nigeria is not moving forward, leadership failure. And then you heard Obaseki, governor of Edo State, speaking on the patterns of politicians and the warning that he gave about CBN printing money and stuff. All right? Some of the things you've listened to. There's still more. Kelly Kemejima is my name. It's the newspaper review segment. Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. 4 minutes now past the hour of 8. Today, the 16th of October, 2023. It's a wet Monday. That is not going to slow us down in any way. We'll continue doing what we are supposed to do, and we'll do it with all the pleasure. All right? So, between now and some more minutes, we'll look at some of the trends and then what the prints have for us. We should do all of them till about 8:30 this morning. From 8:30 till 9, members of the panel should have a thing or two to say about some of the stories. And that will take us till 9, the news update. After the news update, we'll go to the market to pay some bills. We'll come back, we'll continue our conversation, may turn our attention to opinion poll immediately. That will take us till 10 a.m., the news update. After the news update, pay some more bills, and then we return with more conversations. May switch our attention to Real Talk, all right? May switch our attention to Real Talk, and then we'll race from there till noon, because we're here from now till noon. And also, just to remind you, you can reach out 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. That number allows you to send us a message via WhatsApp, or if you prefer to do a traditional SMS, please feel free, use that number. And then on social media, Today95.1 FM, Twitter, that's X and Facebook, Today95.1 FM. We'll be glad to read your comments as we see them. All right. So we'll start taking those messages from 10, and then from 11, we'll open the phone line so you can speak directly with us in the studio. Okay. So let's go back to, I've been seeing some trends on social media. People calling out the governor, seem to be asking, where is the governor? The governor, Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State, where is the governor? That is on the heels of the multiple security threats in Rivers State. Also seen on social media reports of a young man that was stabbed just in front of the pleasure park on Aba Road yesterday. That report circulating on social media at the moment. A friend told me of a horrible experience she had, how she was threatened with a gun and a knife in a vehicle she had boarded in Port Harcourt. This is on Aba Road, just around Stadium Road access. That's where this was happening. Just last week as well, and how the man had threatened to rape her, and somehow miraculously he let her go. Miraculously, and she told me that he had a gun pointed at her and also a knife at the same time. You all be careful. Everybody be careful. While we pray and hope that those that deal and manage our security issues will rise to the plate and be the hero of this moment, just be careful. We have more reports of car snatching and the rest of them. Just be careful. Okay? All right. So let's go back to some of the trends. And all right. So the governor had a visit by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tarid Lagbaja, paid him a courtesy visit at the government house. So we'll begin from there. And after that, you would hear INEC. INEC is speaking of a certain provisions of the law. We're going to stand by the provisions of the law for the conduct of the elections in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. And then, lastly, you will listen to Uzodinma, that's the governor of Imo State. He talks about the obedient movement and how the obedient movement is so necessary. Yeah, could call me mischievous, but the actual thing is, a group paid him a visit, referred to themselves as the obedient movement, and Uzodinma extols the virtues of the obedient movement, literally. So take a listen.
The army is the people's army. We are the disposal of the government to be employed to combat security challenges wherever they may arise. So the formations and units of the Nigerian army are available. They are disposal of the government of Rivers State, Your Excellency. You only need to call on the GOC and they will respond to whatever security challenge in any part of the state.
One special problem that we're having here is the issue of bunkering. In some part of our states, moreover, the other east and down by Bema, most of the bunkering activities there, we believe, I would say sponsored, but there is this operation between the army and some high top oil companies. I'm saying this because There is this road we are constructing somewhere in Obedi. And each time we will approach the company, please, why don't you allow us to go ahead with our job? Maybe after a while, the military will always come and attack our contractors. I try to resolve the matter because I know it is not a directive from the Army headquarters, neither is it from the 6th Division. Might be relationship between the company and the officers attached to that place. So, but please, I want to appeal to you that you should look into such matters. Carrying out temporary or, will I say, some special assignment with companies does not give you power to decide for the states how things should be done. Yes, I would like you to look into it. Apart from that, I think we already enjoy a very wonderful relationship with your people, and I can assure you that we'll continue to have that robust relationship. On your assumption of office, your target has been, as stated by the president of your country, is to ensure that there is peace and unity in all sectors. And on our part, as a state, we have already keyed into that vision to make sure that whichever way we can support not just the army, but all military formation to carry out their duties and to ensure that the purpose of their primary assignment that are achieved, we have never relented on it.
The method is as provided by law: electronic accreditation, electronic upload of results on the RF portal, and that is why we are doing this mock. That we are taking proactive measures to ensure that we give voters a pleasant experience, voting experience on election day. So far, so good in terms of assurance from the security agencies. As we can see, they're even here for the mock. And next week, Friday, there is going to be a high-level meeting in Abuja, chaired by myself and the National Security Advisor, in which all the security chiefs will be present, no representation, to discuss the issue of security for the three states, or on top of the situation in terms of security arrangement and security deployment. So we'll continue to do what we have always done consistently, to provide security and to provide comfort, minimum comfort, for those involved in the election.
I want to thank you for agreeing to partner with me. I know that this is a movement. Obedient movement is a patriotic movement. Obedient movement is not about any political party. Obedient movement is about good leadership. Obedient movement is about the future and interests of Nigeria. I want to identify with you whole and entire.
Okay, so Obedient Movement is not about any political party. Obedient Movement is about good governance. I feel like Peter Obi should have just, done a trademark with that name, Obedient. So anybody that tries to use it for any reason would have to pay for it. At least seek permission before you use it, Anyway, let's look at what the prints are for us now. All right. Today is World Food Day, October 16. The aim of the day is to promote global awareness and action for those who suffer from hunger and to highlight the need to ensure healthy diets for all. As the world's population continues to grow, much more effort and innovation will be urgently needed in order to sustainably increase agricultural production. Water is life, water is food. Leave no one behind. That's the theme for World Food Day 2023. As water is essential to life on Earth, it makes up over 50% of our bodies and covers about 71% of the Earth's surface. Only 2.5% of water is fresh, suitable for drinking, agriculture, and most industrial uses. Water is the driving force for people, economies, and nature, as well as the foundation of our food. Indeed, agriculture accounts for 72% of global freshwater withdrawals, but like all natural resources, freshwater is not in finance. So that's part of the message for today's World Food Day 2023, October 16. And then Daily Post, FG's appointments, Ijo raise alarm over marginalization, demand equity and fairness. The Ijo National Congress on Sunday demanded equity and fair representation in the entire executive arm of the federal government except only one ministerial position. He also alleged that the appointments made so far favor one ethnic group. The INC leader described the situation as unacceptable to the Ijos, who he said are major contributors to the Nigerian economy with dominant population in 5 coastal states of Nigeria. He went on to demand without equivocation that an Ijo person be appointed managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority. It says no Ijo person has occupied that office since the establishment of the organization in 1955. Well, you want more details, you have the link there on our socials. So let's move on. Ondo State Assembly makes U-turn, vows to proceed with Aidatuwa's impeachment. You heard the majority leader of the House speak there. This account, the lawyer to the House of Assembly, Femi Omodamori, stated that the impeachment will be followed to a logical conclusion. However, for now, it has been suspended. All right? The House of Assembly clarified that it has not suspended the impeachment proceedings against the embattled governor of the state, that the process was only put on hold. Semantics, if you may. The process was only put on hold due to the position of the chief judge of the state, Olusegun Odusola. What's the difference? It's been suspended. Vanguard, Kaduna governorship election, Ubasani Ashiru take fights to Court of Appeal. Governor Ubasani of Kaduna State has demanded for 5 principal reliefs and asked the Court of Appeal to reverse the alternative ruling of the Kaduna Governorship Tribunal ordering a supplementary election in the state. Ubasani is contesting the alternative majority ruling of the tribunal delivered on September 28, which created a path for his People's Democratic Party opponent, Ashiru Issa, to claim victory. Meanwhile, Ashiru and the PDP are also before the Court of Appeal challenging the dismissal. The PDP governorship candidate, in his appeal, provided 24 grounds to obtain the dismissal of his petition and sought an order of the higher court, that is the Supreme Court, invalidating Ubasani's, no, that should be the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal, invalidating Ubasani's victory. 21 states owe 790 billion naira inherited pensions and gratuities. River State tops the list with 119 billion. That's what River State is owing for gratuities and pensions. We'll look at this story for opinion poll. So let's just roll over. Real Talk. I beg your pardon. Real Talk. We'll look at the story for Real Talk. Bayelsa Imo Kogi election results will be uploaded on INEC chair speaking. Okay, you just listen to Mahmoud Yakubu there. It says, the method is as provided by law. Electronic accreditation, electronic upload of results on the IREF portal. That is why we're doing this mock. Is there a contradiction between what he's saying now and what they presented in court when they were asked, why did you call the result of the election while the results were yet to be uploaded on the IREF portal? He said, we haven't violated any law. You recall, yeah? Okay. And yet, the Court of Appeal, the Presidential Election Petitions Court, sitting same jurisdiction as the Court of Appeal, had said there's only one mode of transmitting election results, which is manual. So what law is he talking about? Anyway, we'll talk about this on opinion poll. Let's see if lawyers would agree or disagree, or the fireworks will just continue for a long time. I was at the point of giving up, but God blessed me with twins. Davido, I'm sure he'll be full of a lot of joy right now. You heard him in that piece, so let's move on. Daily Trust opens to the next set of stories. Reps finalize plans for official vehicles amid nationwide hardship. I want to read this story, but let me just roll it over because we'll talk about it in a moment. This was trending hot this weekend. A lot of persons had a lot of things to say. They even put out pictures of the vehicle, the fleet of vehicles. Let me hold my peace so that we can look at other stories. We'll come back to this. We'll talk about it. Appointment of 24-year-old fresh graduate as FEMA chairman sparks outrage. The appointment of Imam Ibrahim Kashim Imam as board chairman of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FEMA, has continued to generate mixed reactions from Nigerians on social media. FEMA is the agency involved in road construction, improvement, and connectivity between states. The mandate of this agency, which is under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Works, is also to monitor and administer road maintenance with the objective of keeping all federal roads in good condition. On Friday, Ajurin Gelali, special advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, announced that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had appointed a 24-year-old first-class graduate mechanical engineering from Brighton University in that capacity. The chairman, whose father is Kashim Ibrahim Imam, is a politician, completed his National Youth Service Corps program in August of 2022. While some Nigerians are praising President Tinubu for the appointment, others are criticizing the president across social media platforms. According to those who disagree with the appointment, the new appointed board chairman lacks the experience and expertise to head a strategic organization, whereas the few in support note that the young man would learn on the job. Okay. My change of name well documented. Atiku opens up. The People's Democratic Party presidential candidate for the 2023 general election, Atiku Abubakar, has said he changed his name from Sadiq Abubakar legally. A statement released on Sunday in Abuja by his media aide, Paul Ibe, puts it this way. Contrary to Bola A. Tinubu's forgery shopping allegation against Tinubu, it is on record that the change of name of the former vice president, reverting to Atiku Abubakar from Sadiq Abubakar, is well documented in an affidavit dated 18th of August 1973, spanning over a period of 50 years. Atiku Media Office says in an attempt by the ruling All Progressives Congress to drag the former vice president into forgery must be seen as an effort to minimize allegations of forgeries against President Tinubu. Says the discovery of Tinubu's records at the CSU, that's the Chicago State University, and the court-ordered deposition in the United States is only the tip of the iceberg. And then it goes on and on. He went on to ask Tinubu and his handlers to desist from making any further attempt at comparing both the president and Atiku Abubakar. So for the purpose of clarification, all the names that Atiku Abubakar bears are names that are traceable to his family tree. And then it goes on. FG bars contractors handling 4 projects from new contracts. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has stated that the federal government will no longer give new road contracts to contractors currently working on more than 4 projects. The minister, during a meeting with contractors handling federal roads across the 6 geopolitical zones in the country in Abuja, said this was to enable them to concentrate and complete the projects they are working on before bidding for new ones. Umahi says henceforth any company that has 4 projects with the Ministry of Works will not get another project until it finishes the ones awarded. So Mr. President just approved 60 projects that will start the designing and profiling. So if you can finish your jobs quickly, you'll be part of the bidding. But if you can't finish your job, you can't bid. And we won't differentiate between expatriate and local contractors. All right, let's move on. Last week we had a piece where he talked a bit extensive on this issue. Publish what you met in Treasury. Imo Ibrahim urges Tinubu. Foremost businessman and senator representing Ondo South, Dr. Imo Ibrahim, is urging President Bola Tinubu to publish what he met in the Treasury when he assumed office as president. Ibrahim said no matter the good intention of the president's policies, lack of communication will be a big challenge. He says legitimacy is key and Asiwaju means well, but he needs to put out some information. After all, he got handover notes from the former president Buhari, so why wouldn't he publish them and tell Nigerians what he met on ground? He says, for instance, what was the GDP to debt ratio, what was the GDP to cash flow ratio, and other indices so that Nigerians will know. Then he explains that he's taking or not taking some policies now because this will be the impact, the impact it will have on the economy considering what is on ground. It says to him, it's how it should be. If not, Nigerians would always perceive it different. So, reveal, Tinubu reveal? Would he reveal? Governorship poll, don't allow repeat of Adamawa scenario in Imo. PDP tells INEC. Main opposition party, People's Democratic Party, PDP, is asking the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to immediately remove the Resident Electoral Commissioner in charge of Imo State, Professor Silva Agu. PDP says the call has become imperative as Professor Agu is compromised and her conduct in the 2023 National and House of Assembly elections, where she allegedly manipulated and brazenly assisted the APC in rigging the elections, are in public domain. Addressing a press conference at the party headquarters in Abuja on Sunday, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Honorable Debo Olognagba, says the PDP and other political parties have written several letters to INEC calling for the removal of the REC, adding that INEC should do the needful now to prevent a repeat of Adamawa election fiasco. And then they also talked about the integrity of the election process, how it's directly related to the confidence of the electorate. It says the Imo people have lost confidence in Professor Silva Agu's neutrality. The PDP is asking INEC to immediately redeploy her from Imo State. And then they talked about the IREF portal. Let's read this part. The party also spoke on the situation in Kogi and Bayelsa states ahead of the November 11 elections, noting that the party has noted the statement by INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, that the commission will make full use of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, and the INEC result viewing portal, that's IREF, for uploading and electronic transmission of results in the elections in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi State. The PDP says INEC chairman has confirmed that the use of BVAS and IREF in this election, and even in previous ones, is a mandatory statutory requirement of the law. And as such, we will not accept any result that is not transmitted electronically. Okay. FG in talks with World Bank for $1.5 billion budget support loan. Wale Edun, the federal government is on the verge of obtaining a $1.5 billion budget support facility from the World Bank. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, confirmed this at the Nigerian delegation briefing on the sidelines of the International Monetary Fund / World Bank annual meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco, yesterday. Mr. Edu puts it this way: on the talks with the World Bank on $1.5 billion budget support, that is correct. It says the World Bank has free money from International Development Association. It is for the poorer countries, and right now I think we qualify as one of the countries that can borrow in the normal window of World Bank funding, but also some concessionary IDA funding, and that means that effectively the interest rate will be zero. And then he talked about IMF advice, talked about using CBN to fund budget. Regarding ways and means, President Bola Tinubu has a commitment not to go beyond the statutory limits. He assured that monetary and fiscal authority would work together. All right. Any policeman who extorts money from Nigerians is an armed robber. Force PRO. Muyiwa Adejobi speaking. Any policeman who extorts Nigerians is an armed robber. Okay. We'll also talk about this on Opinion Poll. Some people are already smiling. Abducted Zamfara students rescued by troops. We brought to you some of these stories in our 7 a.m. World News. So I'm just going to roll over. All right. The link is there. But it's a good thing that while they were picked up on Saturday, abducted on Saturday, by Sunday, troops were able to rescue them, which is quite commendable. Okay. I guess the coppers are still waiting for angels to come down from heaven and rescue them. Police recruitment. Send responsible candidates, not bad eggs. Police beg Nigerians. This is from Premium Times. The Nigeria Police Force has appealed to Nigerians to recommend responsible individuals for recruitment into the force and not bad people terrorizing communities. Force spokesperson Olumuyiwa Adejobi had in a statement on Friday announced the commencement of the recruitment process for individuals into the rank of police constables in the general duty and specialist cadre. Following inquiries from Nigerians, the police spokesperson in Gombe State, in a post via his verified X handle on Saturday, spoke about the recruitment. Mr. Mwazu, an assistant superintendent of police, asked residents to send only best individuals for the police job. Also, spokesperson of Delta State Police Command, Bright Adafe, puts it this way: ladies and gentlemen, for those sending me direct messages on police recruitment, it's out now. Please slide into the website, apply and hope to be employed if you are qualified, so you can contribute your own quota. Please, we want only responsible people. Okay. All right. I don't want to be remembered for easing international passport issuance processes. Nigerian minister. So what then does he want to be remembered for? Nigeria's Minister for Interior, Olubunmi Otunji-Ojo, has said that he would not want to be remembered for easing the international passport issuance processes, but for securing the nation's borders against external aggressors and movement of arms. He said this at the weekend when he was hosted by friends and old schoolmates at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where the minister spent a session before traveling to the United Kingdom for studies. He says, I don't want to be remembered for addressing the bottlenecks with the issuance of international passports when I leave office. That is not the core mandate of my office. There are so much more, but I want to be remembered for securing Nigerian borders and enhancing internal security. The minister went on to say that he regrets that the issuance of international passports for qualified Nigerians had for long been seen. Okay, so what just happened? Okay, give me a moment. Let me get back to my script. One moment. Okay. Okay, I accidentally closed the script there, so let's go back to that story. So the minister puts it this way, that he regretted that the issuance of international passport for qualified Nigerians had for long been seen as a privilege, noting that it is a right for deserving Nigerians who can afford it. He says the core mandate of his ministry include the protection of Nigerians through border security, managing the people's identity, making the custodial centers livable, and ensuring that fire incidents and other emergencies are addressed promptly and professionally. All right. Borno train coaches, Railway Workers Union fumes over arrest of members. Interesting story. We'll find the time to squeeze it in between. There's another one following. Borno residents protest removal of train coaches by railway agency. It's quite dramatic what's happening. Tribune, why forex restrictions on 43 items lifted. CBN. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has stated that the restriction on forex for 43 import items led importers to resort to the parallel market, contributing to a surplus demand for forex and consequently weakening the parallel market exchange rate, resulting in price increases. In a statement released at the weekend explaining the reasons for lifting the restriction, the CBN emphasized its intention to promote orderliness and professional conduct among all participants in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. The goal is to allow market forces to determine exchange rates based on the willing buyer, willing seller principle. The CBN statement, the forex restrictions push importers into the parallel market, contributing to a surplus demand for forex. This weakened the parallel market exchange rate, pushing up prices. All right. We had this conversation on Friday. So let's roll over. FG targets 2 million barrels of oil output by December. This is from Tribune. The federal government says its target is to increase oil production to 2 million barrels per day by the end of December 2023. The Minister of Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lokpobri, made the disclosure at a meeting with energy correspondents in Abuja at the weekend. He said that the country was already recording a steady increase in its oil output, thus affirming the current daily production of 1.4 million barrels per day. All right. Punch newspaper. Kanu may regain freedom before December, says Ohaneze. We'll come back to this story in a moment. Tinubu swears in new ministers as FEC meets today. President Bola Tinubu will today swear in 3 additional ministers into his 48-person cabinet. A senior official in the presidency who did not want his name mentioned because he was not authorized to speak on the matter confirmed to our correspondent that the 3 new ministers will be sworn in to office at the council chamber of the State House before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting. So today's meeting will be the second since Tinubu's inauguration as president on May 29, and it's coming after 48 days hiatus. That's our final story for today. So those that I haven't read, I'm sure I will come back to them. Let me introduce members of the panel so we can pick on some of the stories and talk about them. Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, in-house analyst. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
How's your weekend, sir?
Well, fine.
You rested?
It was fine. Yes, I did. And of course, I cleared that rest with religious activities.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Five-Face, Duna Mene Five-Face, environmental justice activist and executive director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center. That's you preach, yes?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Some other aspect of it.
I prayed as well.
No, the preaching. I'm particular about the preaching. So, back to Five-Face. Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YIC Nigeria. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Happy New Week and Happy New Week to everyone. Adding to Imam's point of preaching, I think we say we are the second most prayerful nation in the world. So Imam may have prayed over the weekend, contributing to that achievement we've made as a country. Congratulations, bro.
And if
we are in that.
You should have ascertained whether my prayer was moved towards that.
If you talk about religion and nation building, he rules a big line.
Yeah.
That there's a difference. There's something separating them.
Exactly.
So he wouldn't want to even hate. Living Gifton Jamala Esquire, private legal practitioner. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
So yeah, at the cost of break. At the cost of break.
I know you were going to answer that question.
For like 3 weeks now, when by Adam just comes, the guy just comes to like, yo, we're here.
You know, when we have the opportunity of dressing off professionally, we grab it with all our strength.
You make it seem like people are suffering.
We are not, but we shouldn't be known to be a man of just one color.
Yeah. I think you feel like you're suffering.
We are proud of it.
Okay, you're proud of it.
Very, very proud of it. And whenever we appear in that same known color, it seems to be a different. We appear every day newly.
Don't comment. Barrister Asim Adams, Esquire, constitutional lawyer, rights activist, and principal partner, Adams Laws Chambers, Port Harcourt. Morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning to you, Kelly. Good morning to co-panelists this morning.
Okay, so let's go to this House of Reps story. It was all over X on, I think that was yesterday, how 360 luxury vehicles have been purchased for them and how it was insensitive. The same SUV that Nyesom Wike, Minister for FCT, was dragged about. The picture suggested, or did suggest indeed, that it was that same type of vehicle that had been purchased for each of the lawmakers. Like, wow, life is good after all. Whoever to get elected, everything just changes. Anyway, so the House of Reps, they give us their own side of the story. They say it's not the way you people are saying it. It's not like that.
Which way?
That even directors, federal government employed directors, they have official vehicle to aid them in doing their job.
Yes.
Why should lawmakers be different? And I agree. Why should lawmakers be different?
That's the point.
Yes. So this is the story. Reps finalized plans for official vehicles and nationwide hardship amid nationwide hardship. As Nigerians struggle to cope with the harsh economic reality worsened by the removal of fuel subsidies, see the way the papers are writing their story. The House of Representatives announced that it has finalized plans for the distribution of official vehicles for members of the 10th National Assembly. Oh, he's the one? 10th National Assembly. In a statement on Sunday, the Chairman, House Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Aki Rotimi, says the management was in the process of procuring and distributing the vehicles to the members. According to report on social media, the vehicles have already been distributed. The House of Representatives is monitoring a trending topic across multiple traditional and online media concerning the distribution of vehicles to honorable members, and because this issue has understandably generated significant public interest, we believe Nigerians deserve feedback from their elected reps. While many versions of this story carry varying exaggerations, we can confirm that the National Assembly bureaucracy is in the phased process of procuring and distributing operational vehicles to honorable members over the coming weeks and months. This development is in accordance with extant procurement laws and has been the practice in previous assemblies. It is also not peculiar to the legislature, as unelected government officials in the executive arm of government from the assistant director level and above, in most cases, have official vehicles attached to their offices. It is important to make a few clarifications. The vehicles to be allocated to the offices of honorable members are utility operational vehicles tied to their oversight functions in the discharge of their duties in the standing committees. They are not personal vehicles gifted to honorable members. For the duration of the 10th Assembly, 2023 to 2027, the vehicle shall remain the property of the National Assembly. At the expiration of the tenure of the 10th Assembly in 2027, should the extent assets deboarding policy of government still be in place, honorable members may have the option of making payment for outstanding value of the vehicles to government coffers before they can become theirs. Otherwise, it remains the property of the National Assembly. The public is invited to note that as part of the 10th Assembly's objective in ensuring integrity and independence, honorable members of the Green Chamber have resolved to maintain a respectable distance from the executive arm of government, especially in issues relating to logistical aspects of oversight functions, including reaching difficult terrains in the country, no matter how remote the location is. As long as there are Nigerian citizens living there, they deserve highly mobile representatives who can see firsthand what they are going through and ensure government interventions, programs, policies are carried out effectively. So I am thinking, if this were to be the case, I need to stop here. Why not just buy them Caterpillar? Why not just buy them Caterpillar? Oh, fine face.
Caterpillar will be too heavy and cannot run faster.
Oh, it cannot run fast.
Yeah, and also more expensive than these vehicles they have purchased for them now. I know Nigerians are suffering. I know Nigerians are passing through difficulties. I'm one of them, also passing through it. And I think, yes, very well. Yes, you should.
Are you sure?
100%, very sure. Well, you know, I'm also passing through the challenges.
I am weak.
Everybody is feeling it.
I am officially weak.
By the time you run power in your office, run at home, power the kitchen and everything, you will know that the heat in the open space is pressing everyone.
Yeah.
And so, in as much as I understand what Nigerians are passing through, I think to a very large extent, every public office holder to that extent deserve an official vehicle. You know, you need to be able to move and carry out your oversight function. But now I think what we should be talking about is whether or not the type of vehicle purchase is the least we can get for people to work with, because I know those kind of vehicle, as you just mentioned, the fact that is the kind of vehicle that the former governor of Rivers State and minister of the FCT was alleged to have purchased for himself. If it is that kind of vehicle, then my brother is something else, because I know the prices of things in the market now, and that vehicle will not go down below about 200-150 million, if not more. Because I saw that vehicle they were peddling about with the former governor of Rivers State then, and it was a really powerful vehicle.
I think that's even one of the official vehicles of the governor of Rivers State.
He alleges. He alleged that it is one of the vehicles.
No, I'm saying Rivers State governor.
Definitely, yeah.
It's one of the vehicles on his official fleet. Yes.
And I know this vehicle, each of those vehicles you see, they come in three versions. You know, you have the normal vehicle, you have the semi-bulletproof, then you have the full option bulletproof. Now the ordinary vehicle is just like every other vehicle. As you see it, so it is no bulletproof anywhere. Then the half option, you have the glasses and by the side no bullet can penetrate. Then the full option, the entire body of the vehicle, including even if it's a sniper that shoots from up, it cannot penetrate inside the vehicle. So those ones are more expensive. Now they have said these vehicles are poche. We don't know the type that is there. Is it the ordinary one or whatever? But to me, I feel it has to do with security. We don't want to know, and they shouldn't tell me. They should just be safe, go about their work, and ensure that their lawmaking, their oversight function is benefiting Nigerians. Because if they do not have these vehicles, they may not also be able to carry out their oversight function that Nigerians need most. What are these oversight functions? We saw when the ministers came to office, we are talking about the East-West Road, especially Element Junction to Trailer Park. It was bad. Then we saw the visitation of some lawmakers to the those are some of the area when they deploy the vehicle. But I know they won't bring it from Abuja.
Those vehicles.
Yeah,
they still would have provided vehicles for them.
You provide
logistics for them when they are moving.
Yeah, but somehow they need to move from their offices to other places that they have to go as well. In as much as you are in public function.
Are they not paid transport allowance?
They are paid. It's just part of the system. Like what you read, it's a tradition that has been on ground.
Why are they getting transport allowance?
They may get transport allowance because, as they said, they didn't tell us whether they are fueling the vehicle for them. And now they said at the end of their tenure, it will be auctioned to them, which we know that at the end of the tenure, this vehicle that is bought above 100 million naira, they may end up buying 2-3 million naira to government coffers. We know that has been happening. And you get to the offices that they are currently occupying, they remove everything. And when the 11th National Assembly comes on board, they have to stock the offices back again. So these are places and how they waste our money. But in all, I believe that they deserve an official vehicle and they should utilize it to make the work they are using it to do to better the lot of Nigerians.
President Jamala.
There is no doubt that they deserve official vehicle.
Do they deserve? When we use the word deserve,
Kelly, you should have an official vehicle for your work.
When you say deserve,
I think my own personal reasoning and thinking is that as a public officer, by virtue of the responsibilities assigned to them, which makes them to be most times mobile, they deserve official vehicles. Sometimes the personal vehicle could disappoint. So the official vehicle is more or less a backup, no excuses. But my own reasoning and why I am truly not in support of is the class of car 2023 model, what 160 million naira per person out of 360 members of the House of Rep. And we don't know which the Senate is coming up, because Senate goes a higher version of the House of Rep. They cannot be seen to be driving the same. No, the Senate is the upper house. So yes, they are the upper house, and while the House of Rep is the lower chamber. And so in everything that they do, they have a class of difference.
So let me imagine, if House of Reps, they are ordering, okay, we're going by social media report, because
yes, they have not refuted even in their statement.
What they did at least say the spec of the vehicles that they are purchasing, right? So if they want to, from what you have said, 2023 model.
Yes, it's a 2023 model
of that Lexus brand.
Yes.
So senators will be waiting for the ones that will manufacture for 2024.
There is already in existence 2024.
Yeah. It's in the market or it's
already in the market. 2024 Lexus of that is already 2024 brand of it is already in existence. Some persons are using it. So is that the highest brand or class of Lexus? So I bet you the senators will come with a higher version. And now, looking at what is happening to the ordinary Nigerian financially, the allocation of 160 million naira to one house member for the purposes of just getting what we call official vehicle. Is it sensible? Is it reasonable? Have we placed our priorities right in the circumstance? I would say no. The excuse they gave that they need some vehicles that will be able to pass through the terrain, that most of them will need to visit some of the constituencies. I bet after the election, the highest place you see this house of our representative visit is mostly the local government headquarters, where they cover, and to some extent where they have some social activities to cover, like maybe burial, one of their colleagues, a close friend, wife of a close friend, whatever relative of a close friend dies, and they want to show solidarity. You see them going. I have not seen I know the one representing my own area is doing well. But aside that, I've not seen him visited my place. So to say it is that kind of vehicle that we need to pass through the road, that ordinarily they could have have some understanding with government. The essence of representation is to identify these places that the governor cannot go, the president cannot go, the minister of works cannot go, and see how you can lay hands, not to look for a vehicle that will make you swim through water and also drive on land. So that excuse to me is not tenable. It is they should look for something else. Yes, they deserve, to my own thinking, they deserve an official vehicle, but it is insensitive that they will allocate 160 million naira just for one house of rep. What about other allowances that come? They have fuel allowances, they have accommodation. We have not even looked at this one. If you are using a car of 160 million naira, what becomes of your apartment that you will live in? At least you look for a house, equip it, furnish it to suit what you are driving.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think they are entitled to have such. Whichever way anybody looks at it. Because if you check government ministries, you'll find out that some officials, not even up to the level of ministers, have posh cars bought by those establishments for them. They use them. Now, if you must check them at the level of the legislators, I think the legislators are higher even. And so they should also have their own high-level cars, whichever one, whether 2024 or 2023 or 2022, whichever. In fact, even if it costs up to 200 million, Nigeria as a nation should provide it for them. You know my problem with the legislators? The problem is that some of the work they are doing will not show that they have the interest of the populace. The people they are even calling their constituents, it doesn't show that they care for them. They always, anything, for instance, I've said this severally, if you introduce anything that will augment their own salaries and everything, their emoluments, they will become one political party. All of them in the two chambers. No differences of political parties. They will agree immediately. But once it comes to doing something that will benefit the people of Nigeria, on whose pedestal they have been elected to go there, they will not show any caring attitudes. And so when Nigeria has bought this kind of cars to ease any difficulty in logistics and all that, for you are not caring, bringing out a tangible laws that will care for the welfare of the country or the people, then the question is, are you truly a legislator for Nigerian people? That is just the only problem I have. As for cars, they must give them. Because when you check, Kelly, anybody that is working in a place deserves of that. If it's not given to that person, perhaps because of the level of amount of money they have, or because of the wickedness of the people who have the establishment. But this is a country. Now, we are talking about President Tinubu. If you check the type of car he'll be using, then you'll be looking at those ones as toy, perhaps. And if you also check what the ministers will be using, you will also not be bashing the legislators. But I'm asking, collectively, are these people caring for the populace?
Vice Adams.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to start, by saying this. I know that in Nigeria, the fashion has been that if you are working for government, they give you houses and cars and whatever as the case may be. So let's say it's a Nigerian norm that legislators should have official cars. But I am not against them having official cars, but will you go for a car that is costing 160 million naira per unit? Even Dangote, or the richest man in Africa, I doubt if he has from his money, could or want to buy a vehicle for 160 million naira just like that. I mean, about 10 pieces. That's number one. Number two is that as a lawmaker, What do you need a bulletproof car for if truly you are representing the people? If you are a populist, legislator, you don't need a bulletproof car. The reason why you need bulletproof car is because you feel that your life is being threatened, which means you are not doing your job. So if you say because you need a rugged car to go to your constituency, it means that you are far from your constituents and those who voted for you. The third one is that it means that you have breached, abrasively, in a very abysmal manner, the social contract you signed, with your constituents. That is why they are hostile to you. Most legislators today do not visit their constituency and constituents they only go there on Christmas period and under heavy, bodyguards, because they are not populist in nature. The people are far from them, so their life, real or imagined, is being threatened. That's why they need that. Now, I don't know if the president of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, also that is the name of that man, a young man, because he was born in 1962. Whether he had this particular topic in mind when a viral video on social media, went viral over the weekend. You know what he said? He said when he came into office that they brought, an invoice for him to sign $1.6 million to replace the vehicles in his office. And he said, no, he does not need it. What happened to the old vehicles that the ex-president was using? He asked those questions that this $1.6 million can construct, beautiful toilets for the whole of his constituency as a president. And what do you need the vehicle for? That if you want to buy a bulletproof vehicle as a man representing the people in the parliament, you have to go and work and use your money to buy it. If you bring that money out of your purse, then you are right to go. See, Kelly, Nigerians, we are weeping. Do you know that many Nigerians are living in very abject conditions of poverty? Many Nigerians go to sleep on empty stomach on a daily basis. We have never seen when Nigerians now beg on the streets using different modes and tactics to get 200 naira to feed. We have never seen a situation where many Nigerians cannot even transport themselves out of their house to go and look for their daily living. We have never seen a situation where Nigerians cannot even buy a cup of rice to eat. In fact, the Gaza Strip that Israel is bombarding and bombing today is even better than Nigeria. People who are living in southern Lebanon and southern Gaza, they will live a healthy life than those who are living in Nigeria where there's no war. So what kind of perfidy, what kind of fecundity is all these things I'm talking about, Nigerians? That they boastfully say that they deserve a bulletproof car. If you deserve a bulletproof car, it means you are not doing your job.
But they didn't mention that.
I'm just saying, I know this bulletproof car they are going for. A car that is sold at 60 million.
They didn't mention it in the notes.
But a car that is sold at 60 million, Kelly, even at this point in time.
They also did not say the spec of the vehicle.
I know, but a vehicle, a piece that costs 160 million, I don't know. You said they should buy Caterpillar for them. Because if you use 160 million, look, even as things are difficult in Nigeria today, if you give a man 160 million naira, he is more or less like a billionaire. He can do a lot with that. Yes. He can do a lot with that. But when you look at it, you now ask yourself that this House of Reps or members of the legislature, as the case may be, there are about 360 people, as the case may be. Now, about 200 something million Nigerians are suffering, they cannot feed. And you comfortably, want to ride on a car of 160 million. What will you get on the streets when you get to your village? They will stone you and they will go after you because they believe that you have so much money. So armed robbers will come for you. Lastly, why are these people in government, especially legislators, kind of bleeding Nigeria to the extent that Nigeria is suffocating? Do you know that from my research, I found that
about 20,000 policemen who ought to be in the regular force of Nigerian police are guiding legislators. For every House of Rep member you have, go to your village. When they are coming there, they come with nothing less than 3 armed policemen to their constituency and constituents. So what kind of bourgeoisie kind of life is this?
All right.
What kind of situation is this? So
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu will today swear in 3 additional ministers into his 48-man cabinet. Presidential sources said the 3 new ministers will be sworn into office at the Council Chamber of the State House before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting. Today's FEC meeting is the second since Tinubu's inauguration as president on May 29, and it is coming after a 48-day hiatus. The council has not convened since the inaugural meeting on August 28th. The 3 additional ministers to be sworn in are Jamila Bio, Ayodele Olawande, and Balarabe Lawal. The police in Rivers State have clarified that what was poured on one Ejiri Olakada by his wife, Godslove, was hot water and not acid. The police command spokesperson, Superintendent of Police Grace Iringekoko, made the clarification in a statement while announcing the arrest of the woman. The police spokesperson said the incident happened in Abonchia in Eleme local government area of the state on Saturday after the couple had a quarrel. The statement equally said the man is undergoing treatment at a hospital and the police have begun investigation. The International Monetary Fund says the Naira is currently under pressure and Nigeria is free to seek loan from the fund to stabilize the currency if it considers it a good option. The Washington-based lender, however, noted that recent exchange reforms and other steps taken by the Nigerian authorities are in order. It also expressed support for the Olayemi Cardoso-led Central Bank of Nigeria's last week's decision to halt the 8-year foreign exchange ban on cement, rice, poultry products, and 40 other items. The decision was made known at the World Bank Group International Monetary Fund meeting in Marrakech, Morocco. IMF said inflation in Nigeria remains high at 26% as of August, while the Naira continued to be under pressure. A former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Kingsley Moghalu, has kicked against the federal government's plan to borrow $1.5 billion from the World Bank. It is reported that the federal government is engaging the bank on a fresh $1.5 billion loan. The objective of the loan is to strengthen systems for improved delivery of basic education and primary health services in participating states. Reacting, Moghalu on his official X page said Nigeria is becoming a carcass and her political class scavengers. He said Nigeria cannot be seeking a loan from the World Bank for budget support and at the same time buying SUVs worth 160 million naira for members of the House of Representatives. On the foreign scene, a man has been charged with murder and hate crimes after allegedly stabbing 2 persons because they were Muslims. Joseph Kuba, who is 71 years of age, is accused of killing a 6-year-old boy and injuring his 32-year-old mother in Plainfield, Illinois. The Will County Sheriff's Office, which revealed that the child was stabbed 26 times, said the duo were targeted because of the current conflict between Hamas and Israel. President Biden said he was sickened by the attack on the mother and her son, who were Palestinian Americans. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 5.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
On the husband, maybe for whatever domestic issue they have, you cannot run, you can run, but you cannot hide. So I can assure you that that person has been arrested and is here with us. And the law will catch up with anybody and do the necessary sanctions. Because if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. Thank you.
So okay, you have that kind of man, me I'm suffering, me and my child. So okay, you are planning on how to run and go to one African country. So what will become my fate? What will me and my child? What will you tell us? So okay, police will not come and arrest us just like that. I'll come and suffer for what I don't do. So okay, now so two of us will die. So started, he hit me. I entered the kitchen. Back. I was thinking he has gone outside. So he rushed me there again. I poured in that oil. That is ground oil. It's hot ground oil.
So they asked and questions. So why, if you knew that, did you know that before in that hospital you enjoy him that way?
No, they had been like, no, I would just leave him on. I would just leave him.
Okay, so when you saw his condition, what did you do?
I felt bad for him. I regretted all my action. I regretted everything. Had it been I could have just go, leave him, just go. I regret everything.
And the next thing, okay. And him now. How long have you guys been married?
We've been married for 3 years and now. Oh, I feel bad now. I now regret my action. I'm pouring him that oil. And now I could have just leave him. I don't even know who is with my baby. They took my baby from the station today. They took my baby from me today. I don't know who is with him. No. Yes, my mom arrested me by herself.
Okay, I'm Ekeledori Mokokoro from River State, Port Harcourt. I live at Guta, Port Harcourt. I'm from Eche, precisely. So this is the challenge I face this period. It's an accident, but this particular one is very obvious. I wasn't having it in mind that it will occur this way.
Okay, so the lady that poured hot oil on her husband, that story brought your way, I think, on either Thursday or Friday. She's been arrested, and you first heard the voice of Commissioner of Police, Polycarp Emeka, and then her voice, and then the husband. I feel like I should say the husband is a victim now, or maybe both of them are victims. Anyway, prosecution is ongoing, or investigation and possible prosecution is ongoing. But how do you pour hot oil because of money on your partner?
There's a new one.
And the one of acid.
Acid, yeah.
And police say it's hot water.
Okay.
The update now is that it's hot water, not acid.
Not acid. Okay.
It's part of
hot water. She poured hot water on her husband because of 15,000 naira.
Okay.
Perhaps that's the poverty that
that's poverty we are talking about.
That Barrister Adams was speaking of. How deep we are in this poverty issue. And just in the news, Mohalo, former CBN deputy governor, complains. It says it's ridiculous for Nigeria to be seeking a loan of $1.5 billion from the World Bank, and yet can afford to buy an SUV of 160 million for a lawmaker. Do we live in absurdity in our country, Mr. Ndikwe?
Well, in several ways, yes, but in others, no. There are certain things that must be done. A country as you see, the problem of Nigeria is because of the managers. The managers are not managing the whole things Nigeria has well. That is why we are entering into all this kind of maybe poverty. I tell you, there is nobody that will tell me that if the managers bring out the mind and do the right thing, that Nigeria won't be floating in opulence. But the problem is that they are thinking about themselves. And that's why I put that caveat there. The legislators ordinarily are supposed to have official card. Nobody is quarreling with that. But are you doing the job you should do that has taken you to that particular those chambers. So for me, even what Mogali is saying and all that, if he had won presidency at that time he contested, did he contest? No.
He didn't get the ticket of the party.
Get it. Good. If he had contested and won, perhaps he can't stop it that nobody will go with official card that even as much as 160 million.
Wow.
They will be looking for a way to impeach him. That is Nigeria. So when you look at that thing, if you could harness all other ways to make Nigeria great, you go ahead on that journey. But when you are saying, no, don't do this. I remember while in university, there's a professor who was always teaching us and said that if you're a good man, you are a straightforward person, in the midst of all the people that are crooked, they will kill you. Simple. So that crookedness will be the whole thing. So when you look at it, for you to remain alive and perhaps have certain things tied to your own image, the records will be there. Now you continue making your country great and then leave them.
Okay. And Kelly, I just want to add that if spending this money is something they have decided to do, in order to save money, we have a car manufacturing and assembling plant in Nigeria like Innocent. We soak this money into Innocent. It will help us not only create jobs, but we'll buy these cars lesser, maintain it within the country, and develop our economy. It will just be a good thing for us to do than to spend this much outside creating jobs in other countries. Just like we send out our money, our hard-earned dollar to import the product we can produce, like the PMS and AGO that we import. So I think we need to look in ways to cut costs while still achieving the same thing. In my office, one of the greatest things we do is that the moment we employ you, you are entitled to a laptop, because we know if you don't give you a laptop, you cannot work. So it's like a culture. So that's like what they are doing here. But giving you the laptop doesn't mean we are going to buy a laptop 3 million or 4 million. To the best of my knowledge as the executive director, we buy a used laptop. We don't even buy a brand new one. A good working used laptop, and we give to you so that you can do your work. But a situation whereby they go to the extent of spending this much.
Let me come and work then.
Please. We need more hands. So we can do that. So I think it's not a bad idea, but we should look at how to play around it to save more money and not embarrass ourselves.
Do we have a complex issue? Do we have people in positions that have insecurity? Because who are you trying to impress? If your people are suffering, and you say, rather than buy the posh brands overseas that are known, let's look inward and develop ourselves. We drive our local. I heard that some of those vehicles, some of them are now assembled in Nigeria, so they can look inward and do the same. But it seems like there is this knack to want to impress. Who are they looking? That's why I look at it from the president. The president will drive almost the same thing that the foreign prime ministers will drive, European prime ministers will drive. Their economy and yours aren't the same. Their economies are huge. Their people are living well, even though their population is small. Even though their population is small, but it's almost like we feel that we need to use these things so that we can impress. That's why I see, because what's the point when you just get out of your street? That's when you come out from Abuja. Another question I want to ask is, will those vehicles be going with them anywhere they go to?
No.
Or they'll remain in Abuja? Those vehicles may likely remain in Abuja. Or they could move it.
They move
back it here.
Anywhere.
No, they could move it back it here.
They don't move it. I think they remain in Abuja because they have.
Let me just finish, man.
Okay,
so if those vehicles likely remain in Abuja,
yes,
right, that's 160 million. Abi, in 4 years, like one of the, I think it was Baru that was explaining when a senator, I think it was Shomole, that said something about senators stealing and clearing everything in the offices and all of those things.
And he was
scolded. That you can't say that, because those things from the time they were purchased 4 years ago, they have diminished in value, and lawmakers are paying for them. So if you park it somewhere 4 years, yeah, there'll be small diminishing in value depending on if it's not properly taken care of. But it just seems as though somebody is competing with somebody. But by side, before you respond, no problem. Pastor Jamala.
The truth is, for any one of us that ventures into politics, the intention is not really to serve. There is this Okada rider that won House of Reps. Yes, I think somewhere in Kaduna.
They didn't sack him.
He later won.
I think he won.
No, I think he has the verdict. He's still there. The tribunal gave a verdict against him, but they are still on the appeal level. They're still on the appeal level until the appeal decide one way or the other. We cannot say he has been sacked. Now, let's look at the labor movement. The OB group.
Obedient.
Yes, the Obedient group. Those who were elected on the platform
Labour Party
of the Labour Party. Yes, Labour, the good name or goodwill of Peter Obi. Like Ogaima said, have you been hearing them speaking against this wickedness to ordinary Nigerians? They are not, because they are the first beneficiaries. And so therefore they cannot stand to speak against it. We should be expecting that lawmakers will be speaking, those who are coming from the YPP, the Labour Party, who ordinarily in quote meant well before they had the opportunity. Every politician looks for the available vehicle. The destination is the position they are in. So what is the means? You belong to a political party. And one the political parties are 2023, 2022, 2023, that was aside the two major known parties were the Labour Party. And so most of them moved into it. Now, for every government that comes with the intention of service, the first thing to do is to cut short government expenses. You cannot say you want to revive the economy. We are paying taxes up to the Coca-Cola that we drink, and you can see now, go to occasions, you hardly see drinks served to the fullest, where you see people drink. People don't get drunk again in our programs, because for you to buy a crate of malt, it's about 6,000, 7,000. So how many are you going to buy? Do you have the financial strength to do so? But
that's something I was selling for 3,000 or so.
Yes, I was selling for 2,000 something. So at the time some programs were conducted, I know I bought some of them for 2,000 something.
Some 7 something now.
Now it is about 6,005. A crate of Henneken, just go and look at the market. 16, 10, 12, 14, 16,000. That is where government is placing premium on taxes. Government has not looked inward to see, okay, for the presidential fleet, we have a certain number of cars, we are reducing it to 4 or 5. A House of Rep member is coming. He has his own car. He has a fleet of security cars following him and those OES boys. Now, those vehicles will be fueled, they will be serviced. Is it their salary that services those vehicles? So until we have the right person, which I doubt for now, I don't want to be optimistic and look stupid. Until we have the right persons, which I believe for this generation in Nigeria is gone. Maybe another generation. Because those who are already aspiring to contest elections are not contesting for service. They are contesting for the benefits of what comes out of those offices. And so that is why you see them sell houses, they loan, borrow money to do whatever they can do to get to that office. And once that is done, you are expected to, when you make an investment, you are expected to recoup whatever you have expended on the process. So it is not about a competition, it's about a show that yes, I have finally arrived at my destination.
Vice Adams.
Kelly, I think what we first of all have to do is this: have advocated that Nigeria as a nation must undergo what I call ethical and moral rebirth. Why am I saying this? Is because if you look at the trajectory of corruption, for politicians who came into our firmament in the 60s and 70s, not that they were not corrupt or living extravagant lifestyles, but they had some moderations, to it, because they still had that, little ethical and moral, situation in them. But from the 90s, you find that we now, what Zebediah will now say, break, fail. You understand the point now? That kind of a system. Now, what we are practicing in Nigeria today, I have described that as a debauchery and hedonistic democracy. What do I mean by that? Is that you look at the Big Brother house, for example, more than 1,000 people annually buy forms. They want to participate in that particular, Big Brother, show, because they know that when you get in there, whether you like it or not, if you win the coveted prize, you become a multi-millionaire and a celebrity.
Even if you don't win.
Even if you don't win, you become a multi-millionaire and a celebrity, for doing nothing, just to go and play. Now, let me give for an example. If I am going to the House of Assembly of my state, in Edo State, for instance, the next election, I say I want to contest for House of Assembly. People may not be there, and they hear that the governor is my close party, and as the case may be, and I have money to buy people to come around my area. They begin to take me seriously, and at the end of the day, what happens is this: let's invest in this man, because we know that if he gets to that place, he's coming back to do what now? To pay us back in very bigger fashion or bigger coin. So I now put in my mindset to say, oh God, let me get to that place. The moment I get to that place, from a 1-bedroom apartment, I believe I win election by next month, that I will now move to Abuja and begin to stay in a 5-bedroom duplex. You understand the point? And so they are not to 10 or 20 as the case may be. You get your car from the salaries that you are paid. Apartments are not provided for you. You rent your apartment.
They are stingy.
You understand? But I don't know.
They are very stingy.
I don't know.
Those people are stingy. Do you know that? They are very stingy.
No, those ones are using. They even try to the office.
Very stingy people.
You know what happened, Kelly? The House of Commons, that is where you have those who contest elections. I want to really serve the people. The House of Lords, there is no election there. It's by selection. Now, if you are a big man and you have excelled in broadcasting, you have excelled in business like Dangote and the rest of them, the Queen of England will just drop a note and say, okay, I bring with my own way. It's been something that's contributed to communication and broadcasting in Nigeria. Come and share your experience there. Dangote, you come in there. You come in there.
You made some money now, so we don't need to service you.
So you go down. We need to legislate.
The state doesn't need to service you.
Your brain will be calmer, I don't.
We are not stingy. We like to flex. People have told me there is no insecurity, so we like to show off. So we are not stingy. We like to flex. It's just that the citizens are not flexing. A tiny percentage are the ones flexing the money.
The system there works. I think just last week or so, we heard the reports of Tinubu's son, Shey, also traveling to Kano State with presidential jets to attend.
Is it not presidential privilege?
You don't try it outside the country.
Do we ever have?
I was listening to you on that particular day you took up the story, and I was having been privileged to have you interviewed us for a while, and by the very nature that you're always sarcastic in your questions.
Presidential business activities. You don't try it.
Who protects
the first one?
Is it not the state?
You
is it not the state that protects the
Is it
not the state that protects the president's family?
Air Force One.
Air Force One.
No, but they didn't say it was. They didn't say it was Eagle One.
No,
at least it's not. Every fire got referred to it as Eagle One. I don't know what Tinubu uses.
The moment it is the president.
Do you know that Trump cannot fly his private jet while he was president?
Yes, that is Trump. We are not talking about the sitting president.
Security issue. Security issue.
In Nigeria,
you want them to bomb him in the air?
No. Do you remember
the president's son?
Abacha's son, Mohammed. So he died on one of the presidential jets over there. The Air Force, whatever. That he died with his friends. You remember?
Yeah.
One River State. Man was there. Ibrahim was flying on one of the fleet, the presidential fleet of the father in those days. And he died with one of these guy from River State. Rivers, young man. Let me tell you, Kelly said, his presidential privilege. See, for instance, are you now telling me now that Tinubu's son cannot reside in Aso Rock, one of the rooms in Aso Rock, or maybe go to one of the guest houses in Aso Rock?
Sleep.
No, I'm saying with due respect, let us look at it.
That is different.
It's the same thing now.
It's the same thing.
That is different.
Who gives them protection?
Anyway,
the state provides protection.
Okay, let me put this this way. Are you saying that?
No, I know.
Are you saying that the son of the president cannot enter, the father's bedroom area in the Aso Rock villa where the president resides with his wife?
He can. That is the first family.
Yes.
But the first family cannot fly presidential jet. I mean, the children cannot fly. It's not done anywhere in the world.
So people cannot take his children in that presidential. For instance, they are traveling to London, and he asks his son to join him and the wife.
It's a different game. Okay. It is the son that decided to take a national number one flight.
When we say number one, we don't know. We don't know if it was 001.
It was not 001.
So if you even look at what the president flies sometimes,
it was not 001.
If you have noticed that the size of those jets are different.
That's right.
Some are smaller. Some are smaller. Some are bigger.
Where they are going
Each of those presidential fleets.
That jet that Shei boarded to Kano didn't look like the big jumbo jets.
It was a small one.
The president.
So Shei cannot ordinarily use one of those jets to go and visit his girlfriend.
Is it not the presidential?
That's exactly.
It's not presidential privilege.
It shouldn't be so.
How do you know that it's his girlfriend that's going to visit? What is a working visit for the nation? How would you know?
Look,
that's my point.
What was the reason to
in Abuja
going to Kano?
In Abuja,
he's developing sports.
To go and watch.
He's developing the polo sport.
Isn't that correct? Even like that, you know that the son of the president all over the world, has a DSS. Whatever. Why are they following them?
Those ones are statutory.
No, why are they following them?
They are statutory.
They are statutory. But using the presidential jet.
If you can give me an example of any first world nation.
Yes.
Or even second world nation.
Are we first world nation?
We are not.
Even fourth world nation.
We borrow from first world nation.
Let's move to our next.
If we can have an idea of any other country like US and UK,
it's not prevalent there. It's not prevalent there. We know, this is Nigeria.
Why are we comparing ourselves with stingy countries now? Let's stop doing this. Are we doing ourselves good?
Oh my God.
Let's go to Pion Poll.
Yes.
Bayelsa Imo Kogi election results will be uploaded on IREF. INEC chairman. Good thing lawyers are here. Let's ask ourselves some truth, if we may. The chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has said the results of the Bayelsa Imo Kogi governorship elections will be uploaded on its result viewing portal. He said this while speaking with newsmen at Ward 009 in Kogi State during the INEC mock accreditation. He says the method is as provided by law. Electronic accreditation, electronic upload of results on the IREF portal, and that is why we're doing this mock. That's where I want to stop. You recall that during the presidential election, when concerns were raised and INEC was queried, why are you calling these results and the results not yet on the IREF portal? The argument of INEC was, well, we had a glitch, we're not going to stop the process, we're going to proceed with the process. If you have issues, go to court. Their defense in court was they had not violated any law, any known law whatsoever. The Presidential Election Petitions Court came out somewhat siding with INEC, and then we even looked at the law, what the law said. The law wasn't expressed on INEC electronically transmitting election results to the IREF portal as a means of we collating our election results. But here is the INEC chairman telling us that the method is as approved by law. Electronic accreditation, which is known by law, Electoral Act Section 47, known by law, but electronic upload of results on the IREF portal is not seen or known by law. He said it's known by law. Is there a contradiction here? But it's just a case of using grammar to confuse the people or to get the people to come out and vote again?
You see, when the Court of Appeal, sitting by way of the Presidential Election Tribunal, gave their verdict and made some statement that uploading and of the results were not a mandatory provision of the law. I was one of those who disagreed with that, respectfully disagreed with that decisions of the court. Now, I cited some provisions of the Constitution, the Electoral Act, that gives INEC the powers to create rules for themselves. And that is what INEC did and made uploading of those results mandatory. The law, as at the amendment of the Electoral Act, the Constitution, giving way for electronic means of accreditation. The Electoral Act left it at the discretion of INEC to pick, select whichever way that is convenient for them, the means. And so they came in, the debate was as to whether we have the network coverage. NCC was brought in, I think it's NCC, yes, was brought in, and they said at present we do not have the coverage. But INEC insisted that no, we have the coverage. And dancing to public opinion, they also, the National Assembly, in order to save themselves, did the Pontius Pilate role and gave INEC that leeway. And INEC came by their rules and agreed that and said that it is a mandatory provision. That is why you see, even when Mahmoud went to Shatan, he made it. Festus Okoye was repeatedly saying prior to the election. Now, when the election came, it was only the presidential election that they had in quote glitches. Every other ones, the thing scaled through. Now they are coming again under what law? Has the law changed? Is it not the same Electoral Act of 2022 that they use in conducting elections, that they are also relied to conduct the same election? And my own problem, like I said, until the Supreme Court made a decision as to the use of the BVAS machine
for transmitting election results,
flowing from the rules of INEC
as the
guidelines of INEC. It is not a provision made in the Electoral Act.
It's not known by law.
It is known by law to the extent that the commission is given the powers to make a guideline.
Justice Samani, in that PEPC ruling,
yes,
had said the only means of transmitting election results in Nigeria is manual.
That is the one, to his own, with all due respect to my lord.
No, well, you have a right to disagree, but as far as their pronouncement goes, it's law.
I agree.
Right?
I really don't want to dwell much on that because subject.
The literal interpretation.
It is now pending at the Supreme Court and it's sub judice.
They've not given us date. They've not announced
it. It is sub judice.
Parties just
we are aware that it has been filed.
Parties just
briefs has been exchanged. Ordinary.
Briefs have been exchanged.
Yes, briefs has been exchanged.
But the Supreme Court has still not said anything. They've not announced dates when the first hearing will begin.
Professionally speaking, once a matter is filed in court, it is sub judice, and we are not expected to speak one way or the other.
Well, we're not speaking. We're not speaking to the fact that we're trying to decide the outcome of the case. We're just trying to understand the layerings of the case. These are different things.
I agree with you, but
commentary. We're only just commenting.
Yes, we're not having conversation to decide that this is what the Supreme Court must do.
If we are not careful in our commenting on, remember we're looking at the legality of the BVAS in transmitting
election results.
And the Court of Appeal, sitting by way of election petition, presidential, has given a verdict on that the only known procedure in law is manual. I respectfully disagreed in that reasoning.
Okay.
And since it is pending at the Court of Appeal,
the Supreme Court, my speaking or giving my views as to that particular reason will be sub judice. Okay, so that is the point I'm just trying to be careful about. What do you think INEC is trying to do now? INEC is just trying or deceive the people. They're just trying to at least deceive us once again, until the Supreme Court gives an understanding, gives a statement as to the legality of the transmission of results electronically. Whatever INEC is saying, they said it in 2020, early 2020, late 2022, and early 2023 prior to the election. It's the same statement they are repeating. So it is not mandatory on INEC tomorrow to say we must. You can't take INEC to court for failure to transmit if they peradventure in the Kogi next month, Bayelsa, yes, on the 11th, refuse to transmit. You can't take them to court.
You say, Kelly, maybe I didn't hear well, and it will be good it's proven to me today. What Mahmoud and Festus Okoye said in the run-up to the elections, where eventually beavers were used, and then in presidential election it became all glitches. But every other one, no, nothing, everything. In fact, the technology was perfected in other elections. But
Didn't they promise us exactly what Mahmoud is saying? I don't understand. See, this kind of thing, once you reach a stage and you start taking people, you see what children, there's a game children play, call it Papangulo, all of them will be running in circles. That's what INEC is trying to do with Nigerians. I think Mahmoud himself should understand that as he is, he has faculties. Nigerians, adults also have faculties in this country. I'm not sure he read all the courses. So he's intelligent in the course he read, and others are intelligent in all the courses. And when we bring all the knowledge we have from all the courses, now we make an economy that somebody should be piloting, like Tinubu is the president for now. But others should be using their heads. Nobody will be using his buttocks while the brain is in the head. So what is Mahmoud? In the first place, we are saying when he went to Chatham House, he also promised that there. And he didn't make it realizable. He's telling us that, is he going to? Now, is he saying that time he made it was not enabled by law? Because I have said, I don't understand anything. As you see me, I look at myself as not knowing anything about the law. But I'm always happy that I will have lawyers who could explain that thing I don't understand. Now, I'm asking, when the Constitution has given the INEC, you draw the power from the INEC, that you can make rules. Were you making those rules to sell akara or to do what?
Well, your rules have to be in tandem expressly with the same Constitution.
Thank you very much. Now, what was not in tandem in terms of making the rules about
transmission?
Thank you very much.
Because it's not stated. It's not stated in the Electoral Act.
That's what I'm saying. The Electoral Act we are talking about is also a product of the Constitution. Now, in that particular act, now, do you blame me? Look at me, I'm in my house. Now, Mahmoud, who should know everything about the INEC now, his operations, of course, backed by the legal wing of that INEC, came out and then made this kind of promise. If anything should go wrong on that, who should be held? Is it me or any other person? So why is the Mahmoud coming out again to tell us? Because these things are fantasies. That's just the way I look at them. Then he is coming to repeat exactly this thing he said in that one hand, and he didn't realize. And so when it happens again, you go to court. He said, no, it's not that. Kelly, leave that. Just leave that.
Fine face.
I was just trying to, play around what the INEC chairman is doing, what INEC as a body is doing. And when I heard him speak last week about this matter, I just said that this man ought to have maybe buried his face in shame, because nobody takes INEC seriously anymore after what transpired during the general elections. And I think that, I'm just trying to recall one definition of law we were taught as, undergraduate students in the Uniport in political science, where we did Nigerian legal system. We talk about John Austin's definition of law that talks about law as an instrument of oppression made by the superior for the inferiors to obey. Now, if you look at what we are seeing here now, yeah, if you look at what we are seeing here now, you will see that the INEC chairman is manipulating the law for the benefits of the superior and for the inferiors to obey.
Is he manipulating the law or manipulating the people?
He is manipulating the law. Now, look at this. There is the Electoral Act and there is the Constitution. The Constitution is like the Bible, that Christians will tell you that if everything that Jesus Christ did say was written down, no book on earth will contain it. So now we have the Constitution, which is the ground norm. It's the Electoral Act is derived from the Constitution, giving INEC the powers to make additional laws that cannot be captured totally in the Constitution.
But that additional law should be captured in the Electoral Act.
Yeah, the Electoral
should be in the Electoral Act
to elaborate it more. But then, if there is anything in the Electoral Act that try to in fact, whatever is in the Constitution, in the Electoral that's a kind of different or challenging the Constitution, the Constitution position will takes preeminence. So is the point here is that INEC has this law that has empowered it to conduct the election the way it wants to conduct it, and it will now cite the electoral to say, from section ABC, we are empowered to do ABC, and that is what we have done. Now, where he is diplomatically handling this issue of not wanting to transmit the results is because there is still a pending suit in court, and he cannot probate and reprobate at the same time, based on what he has told the tribunal at the election petition court, and what the judgment was based on, and what he said at Chatham House and other places that is already chewing in, and not wanting to repeat that. So he's just manipulating the entire system. But I don't want to see, what he's doing now to be the other aspect of law. We say that law is an instrument of social engineering. It's not. That is not the area he's going to. But now he's manipulating the constitution, using the John Austin's definition of law to manipulate the people, to suit him and to hide his face. What will he do again? It is only those who are benefiting from what INEC is doing that are really happy with what INEC is doing, because we have a electoral act, we have our law that should have given him the powers to do the right thing. If at this point in time that we have spent so much money to deploy electronics, then we cannot transmit our result electronically, then what are we doing? In 2011, I was very much involved in the election as a core member in Zamfara State. I run through all the entire processes, coding the entire machines and what have you, the card reader at the time. I knew how far we've gone as at that time. So when the beavers came on board, I concluded even in my heart that finally, with the law that was amended, that electronic transmission of result, everything will now be settled. But look at it now. Where are we? You will see by 2027, we'll see another story. So nobody should take what INEC chairman is saying seriously. Those who are in the entire process should just go and benefit. But nothing good likely is going to come out of what he's currently doing.
Bryce Adams.
Thank you, Kelly. I want to start first of all, if I have the little time, to see
with the notes you have. If I stop it, I'll be
no, not the whole of the note. What I'm trying to say.
Stop it, I'll be trouble.
No. What I'm trying to say is that he said there's I think there's a phrase say manipulating. You said manipulating the law and manipulating the people.
Okay.
What INEC is doing, let me borrow his words, is that they are manipulating the law and manipulating the people.
Yes, at the same time.
At the same time. Yes. Now let me give for an example, Kelly. For us who are constitutional lawyers, those of us who are students of the Constitution, when the word discretion is underlined all over the world, not just Nigeria here, when you say you have the discretion to do a thing, I can do it the way I want, way and manner I want to do it.
Does that also mean I could choose not to do it?
I could choose not to do what you want me to do. But when it is mandatory by the law, saying that shall, do you understand the point? It's mandatory. But when you say may, incriminated me, crucified me before the election, and said that I am just trying to think utopian, that INEC, they are saying, is going to do a very good job. What Mahmoud and INEC is doing, they are manipulating the law. Let me use the word manipulate. Let me tell you now. Let me start from this. Do you know that the Kano elections that took place, what happened? 160,000 thereabout ballot papers of voters were not rejected and they were not marked. They had no INEC mark on them. You understand the point now? But how did they get to the ballot, whatever? Under section 63 says if a presiding officer, you bring the bundle of electoral ballot papers and he sees there are the ones that do not have INEC mark and logo, he has to do what now? Remove them and mark and stamp those things rejected, as the case may be, even if they are being used. You understand? But that same section 63, giving the presiding officer powers to remove, ballot boxes that are not marked with INEC numbers and logo, still went back again to now say that if the particular presiding officer, using his discretion, feel that this particular ballot paper that was not marked or has no INEC mark is a paper belonging to INEC, he has that particular right at discretion to accept it as valid. Instead of marking it rejected, he will now use his discretion to say, oh, it was a typographical error, he will now accept that particular whatever. That was how that Kano election was now, overturned. Because 165,000, unmarked papers, found their way into the ballot paper, and they were now counted as valid. So they raised our objection, they voided the vote, tribunal voided those votes, and that deducted that particular vote from the winner, and that made
the man who came second, the number one. That is what you are challenging right now. That was what happened. Section 363 of the Electoral Act caused that particular situation. Now let me go to section 38. People are even relying on 38 of the Electoral Act. That is the guidelines that talks about electronic transmission directly. It says, on completion of all polling unit voting and result procedures, the presiding officer shall electronically transmit or transfer the result of the polling unit direct to the collation system as prescribed by the commission. As prescribed by the commission. So which means the commission can prescribe its own method. You understand? Because the act gives it the power, to prescribe its own, method he wants to use. So the only thing is that the commission can say, yes, this is how we want to, this is what I have prescribed for this to be wrong. Now, how do you now blame them? The act gives them that, flexibility for them to act. Now you go down again to section 38, sub 2. The same word, talking about IRF and beavers, the same word is that they can do this and they will not maintain as prescribed by the commission again. You go down again. In fact, that 38 talking about as prescribed by the commission, not as prescribed by the act. As prescribed by the commission, not as prescribed by the act. These are two different things. If the act says a thing has to be done, you don't have any way to be flexible. But when the act says you can be flexible, then the only thing that people will ask is that, did you use that discretion judiciously or judicially, as the case may be? That will now be determined by the court. That is what the court will now determine now. Now go to section 47 sub 3. This is another area of the Electoral Act that is creating confusion. That same power of discretion is given to INEC. If there is time, I can read section 47 3. I can read section 60 sub 1 and 5 of the Electoral Act, giving INEC, talking about how to transmit results, giving INEC the powers to do what, prescribe their own way they want to do their whatever on election day. So if you now give that to INEC by this particular act, you are not taking the commission. Who is the commission? INEC. Who is the head of INEC? Mahmoud. So Mahmoud will not, go by what you people want to maintain and do electronic voting and transmission. He will sit down in somewhere and say, this is the method we have prescribed for us to transmit this result. Go there and do it. And will you hold him liable? I don't think so. Now, what we need to do, like I've stated, is that...
Let's go back to what he's saying for the elections in Kogi, Bayelsa.
The elections in Kogi, let me tell you, Kelly, Kogi, Bayelsa, whatever election they are going to do, I'm sorry, it's not going to be better than the presidential election. It ought to be better because of the volume and the number. People, they are not to about 50 million, or maybe you put the whole population together, but they are not to 20. So INEC should have done a very great job by using the manual, whatever, and let those things not fail. Because you can mobilize all the machines in Nigeria to these 3 states, to the ones that are not functioning under section 47.3 that says if one of the beavers machine is not functioning, throw it away and bring the one that is functioning. But this time around, I don't know whether they're going to comply, with this particular whatever the case may be. I want to tell you, you have to read the European Observation Mission, report in Nigeria and how INEC manipulate elections. You have to read that particular report. Many of us have not gone to that report, and I found that it is true from what they said. The Oyibo man is not here living in Nigeria, but they have done their research to know how these things happen. How be it that a sitting governor, for instance, in Kogi, for instance, now, a day or 2 days of the election can have compact meeting with INEC commissioner in that particular state. The last election that took place in some state, in a particular state, I don't want to call the state, beavers machines were missing. Why? Because those who were at the top of affairs had to go there and smuggle those things and replace them with ones that are not working. How be it that at the end of the day, you find that the House of Reps and House of Senate elections results were transmitted, but when it came to presidential election 25th, every system failed. How be it? People manipulate all these things. The EOM report says so much about it. that we have to watch out for politicians who are desperate, who want to manipulate. And I want to say with due respect, the Kogi election, for instance, I pray there's no violence there, because the two titans who are competing on both ends are, very horrible, set of political, people I know. Is it the governor of APC, the other one as case maybe? They are going to be a daggers drawn on that particular day. So I don't even think that INEC will have any sense of impartiality. What about, it's my own opinion.
Okay.
If the one going on in Bayelsa State, I feel that maybe the titans are not so desperate as the case may be, but Nigerian politicians are desperate. But do you blame INEC for all these things? I don't think you have to blame INEC. And I am saying that the whole of this Electoral Act, as it is,
the drafters of the law,
and the Electoral Act, as the case may be, why you don't blame the drafters of the law is this: because an armed robber use a gun to go and rob and kill people, will police go and arrest the manufacturers of guns in UK and say, why are you manufacturing guns when they are manufacturing it with license? That is the situation. So what we need to do is that, I want us, if we want to really have election, the guidelines should be expunged from this particular Electoral Act. What are guidelines when you don't keep to your guidelines?
So we should just say
categorically state that is section 47 sub 3 should be replaced, that electronic transmission of results.
Would it surprise you if you found out it's deliberate? Would it surprise you?
If it's deliberate, this particular, of course,
it is deliberate.
It is because what they told me in the Constitution, what I found in the Nigerian Constitution, I found that it was deliberately made by a ragtag and retreating army to suit them. That was why you found that two retired generals have come back to become presidents of Nigeria by virtue of this incoherent process constitution that we have today in Nigeria here. So it's a deliberate act.
Let me just try to clarify. You did say, Barrister Adams, that
yes.
You mentioned a scenario,
yes,
where some beavers machines were missing.
Yes, in one of the states. I didn't call the states.
And then you allege.
That's right.
You allege.
That's right.
Okay, quickly before we go.
I just wanted to add that it is deliberate to the extent that, the law can never be complete. The law can never be complete. Like I said, I think last week, as far as the Bible says, told us, it Moses, as far as your eyes can see, I have given unto you for a possession. Now, that is same with our lawmakers. As far as they can forecast, as far as they can see, every given law is made for that, as far as the legislatures can see. The Electoral Act in itself cannot be complete. There are circumstances, events that will always warrant the looking back on the need to repeal or to amend, to add or to subtract. Now, but the powers given to INEC, it's just that when the discretionary powers is given to a human being, that is where you see the realness of that person. The discretionary powers is to the extent that when the electronic transmission, accreditation and voting of result, transmission of result was being canvassed for, I was looking at electronic voting, whereas I'm voting in my village is reading at the central database. Now, there are communities where they do not have access to network. Now, if you make electronic transmission mandatory, only means of transmitting result, what becomes of those communities who do not have network? INEC told us prior to the 2023 election that the beavers is configured to the extent that even though you are sent to where there is no network, when once you snap the result and you upload, the result will automatically upload at the nearest available network.
Where there is network. Indeed.
Yeah. But it turned out to be the other way around. Now, these politicians have mastered how to manipulate the process. And that was why it was very easy for the governorship election. It was difficult for the presidential and National Assembly election. Now, they used that election to master the process of manipulating both the Electoral Act and the so-called innovations, beavers. the almighty beavers, that the introduction of the beavers would remove every form of corrupt practices in the electoral process. Now, in the governorship and state house of assembly, it was mastered. How was it mastered? It's very easy. Give me the results sheet.
Let's not jump into it, because you know that, like you said, some of these things are before appeals.
These are what I'm discussing now. Is not before the appeal.
No. Some cases have been appealed. Is it that correct?
Why have they not suspended
the mastering of the
Why have they not suspended Mahmoud? If Joe Okoye, the spokesperson of INEC, is out of the way. Why is Mahmoud still there?
His tenure finished.
No, his tenure finished. First of Okoye.
His tenure finished.
So Mahmoud's tenure is still subsisting in life. For a man that the whole world has said you did an election that was shambolic, both internal and external, mission. Observers said that they should take him aside, please.
We have to go for the news. So
can't corrupt elections here.
So panelists agree that the statement from Mahmoud is just to manipulate and confuse the people.
Now watch.
Yes.
Now watch.
We'll be back.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Atiku Media Office says attempts by the presidency and the All Progressives Congress APC to drag former Vice President Atiku Abubakar into a forgery scandal is a calculated move to downplay the allegations against President Bola Tinubu. Atiku's media advisor Paul Ibe, in a statement, said Tinubu and his handlers should desist from making any further attempts to compare the president with Atiku. He insisted that all the names that Atiku bears are names that are traceable to his family tree. He alleged that Tinubu has forged and lied about every aspect of his life, including his heritage, name and date of birth, as well as education, certificates and work experience. Ibe added that the exposure of Tinubu's records at the Chicago State University and the court-ordered deposition in the United States is only a tip of the iceberg. Kaduna State Governor Obasani has demanded for 5 principal reliefs and asked the Court of Appeal to reverse the alternative ruling of the Kaduna Governorship Tribunal ordering a supplementary election in the state. Governor Sani is contesting the alternative majority ruling of the tribunal delivered on September 28th, which created a path for his People's Democratic Party opponent, Ashiru Isa, to claim victory. The cross-appeal by the governor was taken out on his behalf by his legal team, headed by former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Bayo Ojo. It would be recalled that the judgment on September 28 became controversial when, in a double majority decision, the tribunal dismissed Isa Ashiru's petition for non-compliance with the regulating laws before proceeding to give an alternative ruling favoring the petitioners. The federal government has reassured that the pains being experienced by Nigerians over the recent removal of fuel subsidy will be temporary. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, gave the assurance in an interview with journalists in Abuja. He explained that it is obvious that the ultimate benefit of the removal of subsidy would be reaped by the common man. Idris said only 5% were benefiting from the subsidy regime and enjoying the commonwealth of the entire country at the expense of the majority. The minister assured Nigerians that in the long run, the country will be better for it. The House of Representatives has confirmed the distribution of Toyota Prado SUVs worth 130 million naira to each lawmaker. Chairman of the House Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Aki Rotimi confirmed this in a statement in Abuja while reacting to media reports that trailed the controversial SUV's procurement. He said the vehicles are utility operational 2023 model Prado SUVs and are tied to their oversight functions and to be used in the discharge of their duties in the standing committees. He said the SUVs are not personal vehicles and would remain the property of the National Assembly at the expiration of the tenure of the 10th Assembly in 2027. He said members have the option of making payment for the outstanding value of the vehicles to government coffers before they can claim ownership. On the foreign scene, the Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir has warned that if diplomatic efforts to stop Israeli airstrikes and prevent a ground offensive on Gaza are unsuccessful, there is a risk of the conflict escalating uncontrollably. Amir insisted that multiple regional players are likely to join the fight should Israel not be prevailed upon, reiterating a warning Iran had voiced repeatedly over the past week. He also warned that if Israeli troops decide to enter Gaza, Hamas leaders will turn it into a graveyard for them. On his diplomatic tour of the region, the Iranian minister met with a political leader of Hamas in Qatar, where he rallied other Islamic countries to support Palestine and assured that Iran will continue its efforts to stop the war crimes committed by the Zionists. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei also addressed Muslim countries, urging them to come to the aid of Palestinians. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala need to finish.
Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Waiting dey happen. Waiting dey happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here. Waiting dey happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge story them, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you acid the hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood. They japa. You say this one. No worry. When time reach, I will say I want to take. I can see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting dey happen. Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting dey happen. Waiting dey happen. Make you no miss am at all.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
All right, so we have guests from African Town Land and Properties in our studios. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and thanks for having me. Good morning to our listeners and African Town customers. Yeah, so morning once again, and for you listening for the first time, I'll have to tell you about what African Town and Properties is. It is a real estate company which can also be described as a global city created in Port Harcourt, to bring people from all over Africa and the world together in one place to enjoy the beautiful nature of Africa. African Town is where everyone feels at home. No discrimination against nationalities, tribe, or race. People from Tunisia, Ivory Coast, South Africa, Ghana, Cameroon can buy and build their type of village with their homemade food, culture, and traditions with excitement. African town is more than just an estate, but a town representing all the countries in Africa. And the uniqueness about African town is way above, bar. We've been in town for over 4 years now. Our head office is located along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in Ogun State. Right here in River State, our head office is located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. We've actually been giving out great offers, and it is still very unique and quite affordable. And today we have a special promo offer that, will be on while stock lasts. But first, let me say a big thank you to all of those who've subscribed to the idea of African tan. For you, we don't buy. We say thank you. They celebrate you today. We appreciate you too, And if you've already, bought our land, this is to let you know that we've started allocation for over a month now, and the allocation time is 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. every day except Sundays. So come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza along Port Harcourt to Wari Road in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. And this our special promo offer goes us. You can buy a plot of land at the rate of 500,000 naira. When you buy 6 plots of this land, you get 1 plot free of charge, and this goes with instant allocation. Buy a plot of land at the rate of 500,000 naira, buy 6 plots, get 1 plot free of charge with instant allocation. And this promo will be on while stock lasts, so don't wait for the final whistle. Rush to our office today and take advantage of this offer. We are located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza along Port Harcourt to Wari Road in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area of River State. And you can call us, text us, WhatsApp us, do a video call via these numbers: 0703 103 2297, 0703 103 2297, or 0902 770 6438, 0902 770 6438. Please remember that we don't accept cash payments. We don't accept physical cash payments. So please, when you get to our office, when you come to our office, ask for the company's account detail. We'll give it to you. Then you can make any transaction into the account there. We are available for your purchase, inspection, and allocation. Reach out to us via text, phone call, WhatsApp messages, or video call. African time, we schedule a time with you, and go to the site, make the video call for you to see from wherever you are. If you're not in River State and it's difficult for you to travel down, you can be wherever you are, so long you're hearing or listening to us now, and do a WhatsApp video call via this number. And we would go to the site and do a video call as well. Then you see the land yourself. So please, call us on 0703 103 2297, 0703 103 2297, or 0902 770 6438, 0902 770 6438, for details and clarification. You can buy and develop our land for residential or commercial purpose. And inside African town Omagwa there, is another town called South Africa. And this place is quite unique because we are putting things in place for you. So when you buy, you don't have to, spend so much to, bringing up the land to, use or to proper use. With ₦1 million, you can own a plot of land at this South Africa location inside African town Omagwa. Just ₦1 million, please. Also inside African town, space have been kept aside for the famous Alaba International Market, the Port Harcourt branch. We've been dealing with the Lagos branch all this while. So now, Alaba International Market is inside Port Harcourt and right inside African Town, Omagwa. So what are you waiting for? You do business, come to African Town today and buy your land so you can enhance your economic activities, in a premium way. We are located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza inside Omagwa, Ikure local government area, right here in Rivers State, just along Port Harcourt to Wiri Road. You can call us, text us, WhatsApp us on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297 or 0902 770 6438. 0902 770 6438. We have great, uniqueness about African Town and properties, but I also let you know that, all our land is dry and you don't have to spend so much to rehabilitate the land when you want to develop it properly. And you can erect any building of your choice, either for commercial or residential purpose. Once you've made payments, you get your land within 24 hours. There is also room for you, to ask questions about our land during inspection. We don't box you, so you can ask any question. And once you have made payment, all necessary documents are handed over to you. Free deed of conveyance and survey plan, no charges at all. African Town is just 10 minutes drive away from the Port Harcourt International Airport. No additional fee payments like machine grant and others. We have a team of professional drivers, who takes you to the site, for inspection, and that is FOC, free of charge. You don't have to pay a dime for that. Inspection starts from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day except Sundays. So what are you waiting for today? Why not come to our office at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza or call us on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297 or 0902 770 6438. 0902 770 6438. African Town is into anything land and property related, housing, property consultancy, estate management, leasing of properties, and many more. So take advantage of this opportunity today. We are bringing you a special offer, 500,000 naira for a plot of land. Buy 6 lots of this land and get 1 plot free of charge. What are you waiting for? Come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, inside the Ikure local government area of River State, just along Port Harcourt to Wiri Road. 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297 or 0902 770 6438. 0902 770 6438. Remember that, this is the best season for you to know that we are selling dry land. Come to African Town and Properties today.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Kelly.
All right, stay with us. We continue with our review in a moment.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
All right, we thank you for staying with us. Today's quest, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment. Let's go over some of the stories we shared with you today. That story from Borno State, Premium Times, train coaches, Railway Workers Union film over arrest of members. The Nigerian Union of Railway Workers on Sunday faulted Saturday's arrest of its members by the police in Maiduguri. The police on Saturday arrested some workers of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, who were rumored to have been caught while stealing the coaches at the Maiduguri Railway terminus. The police said the arrested persons did not identify themselves as employees of the NRC at the point of arrest. The NRC later clarified that there were NRC officials who were moving the coaches to NRC's running shed in Jos, Plateau State for overhauling. The clarification by the managing director of the NRC, Fidet Okiria, came after the workers had been arrested. Addressing a news conference in Jos on Sunday, the national president of the union, Innocent Ajiji, faulted the arrest and also declared those in the net as bona fide personnel of the NRC. He says all efforts to release those arrested had proved abortive. The police alleged that the coaches were stolen, but that is not true. The person identified by the police as a prime suspect is Engineer Liu, our regional district manager in the Northeast. He's not a thief. We call on the police commissioner to immediately release our members, or we will be compelled to down tools and stop trains all over Nigeria from moving if it's not done. And then he went on to explain that the coaches in question had not been put in use since the parts of the state fell into the grip of Boko Haram activities. He went on to insist that they were being transferred to Jos for proper overhauling. And he also said the remaining coaches will be taken to another location because NRC's management has the intention to run interstate mass transit. It says the first coach has arrived in Jos by road, and this is essential because our tracks have been stolen and we cannot convey the coaches by rail. And what followed? Borno residents protest removal of train coaches by railway agency. Hundreds of residents stormed the Maiduguri railway terminus on Sunday to protest the removal of train coaches from Maiduguri, Borno State capital, to Jos for repairs by the Nigerian Railway Corporation. The protesters carried placards asking the NRC not to move the coaches out of Maiduguri, northeastern Nigeria, to any other state. Some online reports, let me take what some of the protesters had to say. A protester puts it this way: the removal of the coaches will deny Borno State critical infrastructure. Another one noted that the intention of the NRC or the government was not properly understood, noting that there should be transparency in the exercise. Meanwhile, the deputy governor of the state, addressing the protesters, Usman Kadafo, urged the protesters to be patient, assuring them that the government is already addressing the issue. Went on to note that the protesters are expressing their displeasure over the action of the NRC because there wasn't sufficient sensitization on their part. So that story from the Punch newspaper about Nnamdi Kanu likely released for December. From the Punch newspaper, Kanu may regain freedom before December, says Ohaneze. The Apex Igbo social cultural group Ohaneze Ndibo has expressed confidence in a possible release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, before the end of 2023, following ongoing confidential negotiations between the body and relevant authorities. As a result, the body has urged all pro-Biafran agitators to stop hostilities against the federal government for 40 days, starting from October 31. In a statement on Sunday by its Secretary General, Okechukwu Isiguzoro, Ohaneze says it is imperative that all pro-Biafra agitators exhibit discipline during this crucial period in order to ensure progress in the ongoing negotiations. Maybe we'll touch this story before we close. Let's go to our second story for opinion poll. Our police, it appears to be a very difficult task for even the managers to manage them. I read that initial exchange between the spokesperson of the police, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, and the victim, and it's usually almost like a sparring thing between him and social media users, because sometimes his explanations it freaks people out, but sometimes it actually makes sense. So, any policeman who extorts Nigerians is an armed robber. False PRO. I kind of wonder, what does this change? Spokesperson of the Nigeria Police Force, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, says police personnel who strut their guns at citizens in order to extort them are not different from armed robbers. A crypto trader and influencer on X had dragged the police after his home was allegedly broken into and he was arrested forcefully. The man claims that the police broke into his estate wearing normal clothes without any search warrant, taking all the men who lived there to the station, questioning them and claiming they were internet fraudsters. He provided debit alerts where they took some money from him while stating that they collected a total of 500,000 naira from all the men that live in the estate. Quote, so policemen came to my estate yesterday evening and around 7 p.m. packed all the men in the estate. We all slept in the cell last night for no just reason. When we were called for questioning, which was more or less a dictation, they said, you did do Yahoo? I denied it because I don't even know how Yahoo works. Next thing was to write a statement saying I'm either a cultist or an armed robber. We all refused writing statements without lawyers present. So we were forced to sleep in the cell. This morning, over 500,000 naira was extorted from us in general, the post reads in part. Reacting, a user tagged the Force Public Relations Officer as PRO of Nigeria Police Force, do something in this dirty stuff your mates always do every day. Police are your friend indeed. Responding, Adejobi says, I think we need to get some things clear. He insisted on seeing a lawyer and he slept in the cell. Did the lawyer come? Was the money paid in the presence of his lawyer? If the lawyer didn't come, why didn't you call someone? Or was your phone taken away from you? He needs to clarify certain things here, whether the police are your friend or your enemy. What was the role your lawyer played? A lot of persons were not having this part on social media. They came hard on him for this part. Well, in his reaction to another ex-user that shared screenshots of an old comment by the fourth PRO where he condemned extortion by the police, he says, you know why I like you? You did quick forget something. You did quick forget something. And he responded to make clarification. Yes, this still stands. Any armed policeman or security operative who forcefully extorts an innocent Nigerian is as good as an armed robber. Extortion is never part of any agency's mandate, neither armed or not. We condemn such, and even the IGP has made it clear. The IGP has warned officers not to drop his name to extort or dupe Nigerians and not to take any gift to him. We made an official statement to this effect. You need to read and comprehend comments before you pass any judgment or make condemnation here. So the fact of the matter is, I didn't follow up after some of those exchanges between himself and users on X. At some point, I just lost track and moved on to other things. But I too asked myself a question. If they wanted to say a lawyer, did the lawyer show up? If the lawyer showed up, how come they still paid 500,000 for them to leave the police custody if they were truly said to be innocent? I didn't follow up, so I can't say what happened afterward. But my question would be, do they hear the men that do these things? Do they hear? Do they care? Does it matter to them what their bosses say? Or is it that their bosses, they speak on conventional media, they speak on social media, but they don't tell them? But if you also say they don't tell them, there are cases where some of them, they've been arrested. Some of them are facing prosecution for these same things. Is the message not, the consequence is not stringent enough for them to get it into their skulls that these things cannot be tolerated? Bryce Adams.
You see, what I feel or have seen in practice is different from what the police PPRO of all their divisions are saying. More or less what I refer to as sanctimonious platitudes. They come with a popular narrative that is laced with sophistry. You know, sophistry is, using clever argument, to present false information to the public. Very clever arguments. They will tell you that the Nigerian police is your friend. Bail is free. These are phrases that you find, posted or pasted on, the police station doors and their offices. But at the end of the day, it is when you now enter inside that particular, premises, the precinct, that you know that what they wrote there is different from what is in real life. The Nigerian police station is like entry Gaza Strip. I am telling you from experience, I'm telling you, yes, they can challenge me on that. I have been to station, they start their harassment from the gate. Be it the CP's office, be it the divisional police offices you've been to, they start their harassment from the gate. First of all, you see men wearing malevolent looks, as if they want to bounce on you, and maybe they want to show you that force of arms. That don't you know where you are coming to? They see it as a military zone that you must have to conduct yourself civilly, otherwise you'll be dealt with. From the gates, from my experience. Now when you get into the main place, I have seen lawyers being harassed, harangued, embarrassed because of the fact that they want to go and stand in for their clients who have been detained. Let me tell you, once or many times in my practice, I have gone before even the divisional police offices all over Nigeria. The moment they see that a lawyer has come to represent a suspect, the suspect will disappear into thin air, into Mississippi. Before you know what is going on, they will tell you they have taken him inside the cell to go and lock him up there.
Mississippi, you mean like the river?
The river. That is, you can't see, you don't see, maybe like a Bermuda Triangle, you don't see the person any longer. I'm telling you, the person, when you come back, they say he's already detained. At times, they will tell you that the IPO handling that matter has left the police office. Maybe you come back in about 2, 3, 4 hours time. Now, when you go and meet the DPO, that is the head of that particular station, he will tell you, go and call the IPO of handling that particular file. They let them challenge me. I wanted the people to sit one-on-one with me and talk from experience. They will tell you they want to go and get the IPO has to bring the file to them. In certain instances, when you are about to write your statement, the law explicitly, without reservations, says that you have that particular right to say, I am not going to write my statement until I get a lawyer by my side or one person that is reasonable enough and that is of aid be by my side. But when that happens, they don't grant you that particular privilege. They will tell you, I've been there, and say, you have to write this. In fact, some police will detect to the suspect what he has to put down. And at times they exclude the lawyers. They'll tell you this is what they call charge room or whatever they call it, that you have to sit aside. I challenged one that day in the high office. I said, you can't tell me that I have to sit aside where you are taking statement from my client. Even though it's a suspect, he has his rights. Even if you convict, if the court even convict him to prison term, sentence him, he has the right allowed there to that is ultimate. These rights are ultimate in him. You cannot erode it. You cannot take it away from that particular person because it's a suspect. Secondly, the Nigerian police force, I want to speak to them, and I wanted to challenge me all this time. They are listening to me, that they have abandoned and jettisoned the principles and letters of section 36 of 5 that says that a man is presumed innocent until it is contrarily or otherwise proven. The moment a petition gets to the Nigerian police, they read it, they mobilize, the man becomes guilty. It is not the duty of the suspect or the suspect to prove himself not guilty, whereas the opposite should be the case. At the end of the day, we have asked these questions. In this particular instance, I am telling you that I've handled matters where we have already talked about release him on bail. It's a bailable offense. They will say, we agree, sir, that we are going to release him on bail. Can you go and come back, tomorrow? Then we now perfect his bail or whatever the case may be. Now, if you argue with them further, your suspect or your client will disappear again.
They take him back to the cell and keep him there, and they remain incommunicado. These are arm twisting tactics they have used to keep many Nigerians, in detention camps all over the place, where they collect 500,000. As a lawyer, there's no lawyer that is in practice that will tell me now that he will go to the police station and he will stand before the police and not pay a dime. Very rare occasion and occurrence that has been. You must pay to them. The only thing we are trying to say is that there should be cameras all over the station, so that as they are collecting that money, they will be filmed. Policemen should wear body cams. They should wear body cams. Rumo Okuta, I have cried number of times. I don't know the ordeal and how people pass through those convoluted roundabouts at Rumo Okuta. The Nigerian police station, van station there, has to be upgraded. And I don't know why they have not gone there to really check what is going on there. The other one is that divisional police officers, DCOs, as the case may be, I am putting it to them because I'm in practice and I've been to so many police stations. Even last week I was there. The way they treat suspects is not the way it should be.
Okay.
No matter how it is. Okay. I want to say that what the PPROs of various police stations are dishing out are not reality. They are living in utopian, and a kind of El Dorado outside of the Nigerian, firmament. That is not it. It's just like Alice and Wonderland story, as the case may be.
Okay. Bryce Jamala, are they in denial, or it's just a tactic to deceive the people?
When you have a bad name, you try as much as possible to see if you can create the impression that the name given to you is not actually the name you bear. That's exactly what the PPRO is trying to do. For the statement credited to the PPRO is just stating the negative or the obvious truth that he himself knows. It's not, we're talking about, my senior here is talking about police divisions, as in smaller units of the police. Go to force headquarters in Abuja and try to see if you can secure the release of a client to know how much you will spend to bring out a client.
That's the headquarters?
Yes, force headquarters in Abuja there. Just try it. I do not pray that you have that experience. For those who have one or two reasons to visit there to release a client, they know how much they cough out. In fact, from the police division, let's move to area command. From area command, let's go to state headquarters, then to the zone. That is how the bail amount keeps increasing. Now we're moving to the final headquarters. One of the areas of law I do not practice is going to police station. Upon being called, this...
Is that an area of law?
Yes, it's an area of law.
Going to the police station?
We in the human rights section,
it is an area of law. Complete area of law.
Wow.
I'd rather wait for the policeman in court than visit them in the police station. The rights are stated, the rights of an accused are stated in the Constitution, like rightly mentioned, Section 36, even Section 35, right of a suspect. Even the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and law for Rivers State also provides for these rights of an accused person. But those rights are jettisoned at the police station. They will tell you, you do not come here to argue law with us. Wait for us at the police station. This is our office.
That's wait for us in court?
Yes, wait for us in court. And that is why you look at it. Criminal cases in court are really successful. Why? It is the procedural aspect of it that a very smart lawyer will look at it and raise an objection. The matter is thrown off. Indeed, the person committed the offense. But because of the procedural steps taken by the prosecution or the prosecuting agency, a smart lawyer will raise. Now, it is the law that the prosecution, serves me whatever information you have against the defendant. Now, you go to court where you see a police officer prosecuting, especially in the magistrate court, and that you cite these sections of law that asks or demands that they provide for you. And some of them will be trying to withhold information from you. For some persons or some lawyers, you allow them go on with their case. And at the end of the day, you just raise this slight provision of the law. But by failure for the prosecution to release this information to you, whatever has been done from the beginning is of no effect. And the case collapses. Our PPRO is aware that bail is free, but bail is not free in practice. It is only free in theory. Now, there's another aspect to clients. A client who is being held in custody is looking for every means possible to come out. So even when a good lawyer appears in the police station to insist on his own rights, the client will be, and the relations of the client will be pressurizing the lawyer to agree on the terms of the policeman. So he can come out. So in that circumstance, you find yourself in between your practice and what the client wants. Police has asked the lawyer, go and bring. In fact, in most cases, they will not even talk to the lawyer. They will look for the relation of the defendant or the accused person to say this matter is so and so, and if you don't bring so amount of money, we will charge the matter to court. Every lawyer will pray that the matter goes to court because it is a bailable offense. Like I said the other day, even in murder cases, it is bailable, but there are conditions, circumstances, the court will look to exercise that discretionary powers in your favor. So it is easier to get bail in court than to get in the police station, unless you're willing to part out something. So when the lawyer is not willing to part, the client will look at that lawyer as he doesn't know what he's doing. For those who are very good in liaising, working hand in hand with, there are police stations that if you arrest somebody today, they know a lawyer to call. Say, go and meet so lawyer. If you want your client to come out, go and meet so lawyer, because they have established a relationship on how to go about this business of releasing client. So the PPRO is aware of all these things, but just trying to speak to in practice, what you see at the police station in practice is something that, for me, I do not wish to. A policeman can keep you from 8 o'clock in the morning till the following day, just like my senior said, the IPO will disappear. And without the presence of the IPO, in fact, go and call whoever you know. The IPO really needs to come. Unless maybe a pressure is mounted from upstairs, that the DPO himself will call the IPO on phone. So sometimes you arrest your client by 4 or 5. And if the person arresting the client has given instructions, don't release him, I want him to spend the night in the cell, and please make on a beat and where. The IPO will disappear unless a higher envelope gets into his hand, and then you see from nowhere it will appear. And so these things are very, very the negative, the opposite of what the PPRO is saying is what happens in practice.
So even the ones who are talking of police on the road harassing young boys and doing stuff, you're saying in their stations it's even worse.
The police on the roads are the same persons who they are just like rotating. Some of them are in the stations, but those on the road, they are all the same policemen coming from the various divisions and units of the police force. Like I said, the anti-cultism section of the police sees every young man as a cultist. The anti-robbery sees every young man and every person as a robber until you prove your innocence. So it is very, very glaring, and I believe 90% that the PPRO knows about it, because the same thing that happens here in the various divisions are the same thing that happens at the force headquarters on a higher pedestal.
Well, Kelly, at least the two lawyers have been able to take us through the gullies of the evils of Nigerian police stations. Because I remember, I told you one time I went to my one police station.
Yes, he did.
And that was the only day I went there, and I pray that nothing takes me back to that place. It was a friend of mine that said I should come and then help him go there, and all that. We went with a lawyer. So, like Adams mentioned, from entering that place, no gate to except the constructed one there now. No gate, but right there, people just stood like fence, and they were operatives, asking us why we were getting into that place and all that. We explained. And at my age, I will not start being antagonistic with anybody that asks me simple question. So as I answered it, I asked the man that was asking me with vehemence. I said, "Are you looking at me? Am I a small boy? What is this? Am I with arms? I'm just. If you don't want me to come inside here, go back." Before he said, "Oga, he said, I am asking you, but you don't know what we are seeing here." I said, "But at least two of us are mature that have come here. What you should do is to lead us into that place." And sure, I'm not walking here. Well, maybe because of respect, he took us to that place. But right there at the counter, the police officers were even the lawyer. If the lawyer had not stood his ground, he would also been co-opted into writing something back. What kind of place is that? And that is why you see that for me it's become a cliche. I don't listen to police if you are friend because they are not friend to anybody. Rather, they are enemies. I'm telling you, because the way they do things, I don't understand at all. My friend had a problem with another person, and they took his vehicle just to go and talk about how to release the vehicle and all that. They were calling money, sum of money that is big, or you will bring. Then I couldn't bear that. I asked the DPO. You see, DPO, you are the highest authority here, and you are keeping quiet on this issue. He said, "Okay, I'm trying all I can." I said, "No, you've not tried anywhere. Let me tell you why you've not made any effort. You are asking us about the IPO. You know that the IPO works under you. And this IPO, I don't see any wings with him. He's a human. When he came with the files and all that. And suddenly, we no longer see him. DPO, you can order. So as they have said, what I'm only saying is that this guy is telling you the PPR. I think PPR. You remember there was something he said not too long ago that indeed made me. I didn't know how to maybe wrap my head around that thing. He said, I can't remember exactly. I said, what kind of thing is this? It's just the same thing that I think. Maybe I wouldn't know whether this Egbetokun, who is the IGP, has made that kind of statement. Any IGP that comes in new will tell you dismantle the roadblocks on the roads. And it will remain. It will remain and it will be there. Is the IGP telling me that as he made that statement and gave that order, he no longer knows that the roadblocks exist? See, I think Nigeria has somehow become a jungle completely, I'm telling you. The operatives no longer operate in a way that they can help people, salvage them from problems. No, rather they compound the problem. The other day somebody called me in Alakaya and said that some people came into their house in the night and they finally found out they were EFCC and broke into their compound. Kelly, how can you be doing like a thief while you are not? Are you breaking into meanwhile, you will say that people, when armed robbers come, you start maybe shooting at them. And then you, that is an institution of Nigeria, is breaking into a compound. Perhaps if they see me, if not that they look at me, they will know I cannot jump a fence. They will leave me. So if they see anybody that can jump a fence, they will hold the person. Meanwhile, the person may be innocent of everything. What kind of country is this? So for me, the PPRO is just deceiving us. They're just making comments as if he doesn't know. He knows about all these things.
Fine face.
Yes, Kelly, thank you. I think let's look at this again. I think you said he talked about police being our friend.
Mm-hmm.
and bail is free. I think in the morning you also read, I don't know whether that is part of this, the fact that any policeman that extort money is
that's the same story.
He's a robber, be a thief.
It's an armed robber.
Armed robber.
When people start like this,
these are operational principles and operational guidelines and what they use to maintain their image, but we all know. As a human rights activist and a defender who operates an NGO where local people who have challenges run to first even before going to the police, for those who know about us and know us, we've had the opportunity of going to a police station to intervene in some cases. And it's always that when we intervene, it doesn't work, then we bring in a lawyer. But Kelly, I must tell you that anytime a policeman hears that you're a human rights activist, the problem begins there. That is where the problem starts. Or you are a lawyer, you walk in for a client, that's where the problem begins. Why is this so? It's not because maybe they hate us, the police or the lawyers, but because they know that we will insist on that their principle of bail is free. And we all know, in as much as I commend the police for the effort they are putting in maintaining law and order, preventing crime to the best of their ability, and so on, is one aspect. I must say that to a very large extent, an average police station in Nigeria is a marketplace. It's a marketplace.
Like a business center.
A business center where money exchange hands to get things done. First, like I lost a friend of a financial management consultant on the 30th of September. Why did he die? Because the hospitals he was taken to after he was stabbed said he doesn't have a police report.
In River State?
In River State on the 30th. Dr. Barine, PhD, and ACN against that.
Yes.
Wow. We lost him.
A national act
lost him.
and a state domesticated.
Did he drive while I was driving?
He was in his car. He drove and stopped at Transamani opposite the post office by around 7 to 8 p.m. and the car overheated. He just came down to, pour water in his car, and he was stabbed. And he rushed to 4 hospitals. 4 hospitals. They didn't treat him without having a police report. And that was by night. How do you expect a man in danger to move from one police station to other looking for police report before he could be treated? And that was a law of 1990. And a 2017 law had already, the care for victim of gunshots and this thing has already overridden that. But that happened. And we all know, even when you have a case and you want to obtain the police reports in a police station to go for medical check, you have to pay for that paper before you are given. They will tell you don't photocopy for all. You are not the one that printed it. You have to pay for that. If you write a petition to the Commissioner of Police of River State and you go directly to submit to the commissioner, I'm saying this without putting allegedly, and you go direct to submit your petition to the Commissioner of Police in River State, that petition will enter voicemail. That petition will never be processed because you didn't pass through a police officer to get that done. And to pass a petition that you want action to be taken upon through a police officer to get that done, the amount is 10,000 naira to process a petition. Now, I'm saying this because I'm not told. I've experienced all of the two situations.
Did they review the price?
No.
Now that we have
they have reviewed the price. It was 5,000 before.
Okay, so now it's
10,000 now.
It depends on the negotiating power.
It's like that.
It also depends on the negotiating power.
Yes, and the officer you are passing through to.
Definitely, because they will tell you that this petition will have to go through 3 stages, and those 3 stages the petition will go through, they have to drop something in those places. And what about them that is processing the petition? And that is the only way your petition will come out.
So is it the 10K that they share?
Yeah, the 10K, they manage within the 10K to share that, to get that done before a petition can come out. Now, I wrote a petition on I think about 18th of March 2021. I submitted it directly to the commissioner without passing through anybody. That petition was never processed because I didn't pay somebody.
Please, when you say to the commissioner, just say to the commissioner's office.
To the commissioner's office. Let me put like that. Because we always address the letter to the Commissioner of Police, River State Command.
But you don't submit it to the commissioner directly.
To the commissioner's office. Address to the commissioner.
Because if the commissioner received it, why did
we address it to the commissioner? We address the petition to the commissioner. We don't write anything like to the commissioner's office, Rivers State Command. What we write is the commissioner of police, Rivers State Command, and it's submitted to his office, and it is received in his office with the stamp on it, which should take home as your copy. That petition I wrote on the 18th of March 2021 was never processed. Why? Because I didn't pass through a police officer that processed it, get it approved, and then take action on it. And you know what happened? When the matter eventually went to court, the person I wrote the petition against said, because I was innocent, that is why the police didn't act on it. It was so blunt to put it like that.
It was very fortunate now.
Yeah, it's not too fortunate because the court now has directed that go and get the certified true copy of this petition that I actually submitted to the commissioner of police and bring to court.
Oh.
So that is another phase of it.
But if you sorry to cut you, if you have the endorsement and return duly stamped by the police, hey, it's very easy for you to have the CTC.
That is what we did. We now did a fresh letter to the commissioner, copy the one with the stamp, put on it, and sign for the certified true copy. So why I cited that incident is because I didn't attach money to it, action was not taken. And sometime this year, I wrote another petition over another matter, and I paid the 10,000 naira. And it was approved within 2 weeks.
You're indicting yourself on radio.
Allegedly, I have to. This is clear. I have to.
These are
the situation on ground.
Yes, on that, this is the truth.
Yeah, it's the truth on ground.
So he's just trying to echo what is
on ground. So when you are talking about bail being free, I have been opportune on 1 or 2 occasions to take somebody on bail free. Why I was able to take the person on bail free was because I placed my car official vehicle papers and my organization corporate affairs commission certificate before they could give me the person on bail free. You understand what that means? I mean, I brought the original documents of my car and brought the original certificate of my organization before the person could give me on free.
Those were like bonds?
Yes, that is what that's the extent they go. Because nobody will agree to do that. You have to now pay the money that makes the bail not to be free. I'm telling you practically. So the situation is as bad as that. But we commend what they are doing and we urge them to take more actions to address some of this, because it's not everybody that can have this privilege. And what I keep telling the people that come to us to report some of this matter is that, look, if you know that you don't want to sleep in the police station, stop looking for trouble. Not that if police pick you now within 5 minutes, you want to leave the station, stay there first. And the police know quite well that in as much as people don't want to be in the station, they will always try to part with the money which they use to bail themselves out. But I don't know, someone picking, I don't want to stay at the police station, cool down, relax. Like me, if you arrest anybody coming for any matter, they pick the person today, I may not like to go that day. You have to spend 1 night there. So that whatever reason that make you to get to the station, you taste it first.
How about cases where police, they just pick up people from the street?
It depends. It depends on some of those matters. Then you can now step in. But when I must hear the reason why they arrested the person. When I look at the matter, maybe you look for some trouble, I will allow you spend 1 night there first.
First, have you tried to go to the convenience and police station?
We know now. Are you talking about convenience?
So that you can tell me somebody.
Convenience is even nice compared to when you get to the room where you are detained. When you get in there. That is why when I listen to your matter, I will say, no, let the person spend 1 night first. So that when you are out, you will know that you did something and you will try not to come back there.
See, for me, anybody that the Nigerian police arrest is innocent until they prove that he is guilty. But facts, given to me. From practice, I have seen that police arrest people at random. There was a day, some years ago, I represented about 16 young men at Tuboba who were in a drinking parlor along the road watching this football match in the night. The then DP of Uzoba, one lady, then was raiding bars. Say they call it stingrays. It was some years ago. They arrested those young men, and the following day, they arrested about 30-something of them. About 15 or thereabout were able to bail themselves out that night with money. Then 16 were not able. So I had to be approached. I had to do that matter pro bono. And I got to the Ozoba police station. I asked the then DP, I said, what is the offense? He said, when I get to court, I will know. I said, okay, when we go to court the next day,
You know what the charge sheet contained? Drinking under high tension. See, it's a popular case that.
It sounds funny, but
yes,
could that be a charge? Could that be an offense?
The magistrate, I don't want to call the name, a alleged magistrate as at that time. When she heard when they read out the charge, she dropped her pen. And I said, what? Prosecutor, what did you say, Just? I said, drinking under high tension. And they were backing it to clause. You understand the point? So
what did the magistrate do?
The magistrate just dropped her pen first of all.
No, did she throw out the case?
Wait, now that's when she dropped her pen, and she now retorted and said, what did you say? Say drinking under high tension. That was how it's okay, read the charge, let's see. They now pleaded not guilty. So she asked me to, move my motion for their bail. I did that immediately. She based on personal recognizance for all of them to go, because she found out that was a wrong law under which they were being charged in the first instance. But you found out that the police could not have an enabling law for them to charge those people because they were arrested innocently and just to obtain monies from them. That is the reason why they did that. Now that takes me down, because this is a matter I'm so interested in, to the Police Act. The Police Act 2020 was just amended. There are minefields again in that Police Act on how police will arrest, do whatever they are doing. That is not even the problem I'm having. The Administration of Criminal Justice Act, as the case may be, a policeman, let me tell you why people pay in order not for them to get punished by police officers. The ACJA and ACJL of various states empower the Nigerian police. If they arrest you and you are not cooperating with them, they can approach the nearest magistrate court under section 293 to 299 of the ACJA 2015 that was signed into law by Jonathan to not get an ex parte motion to detain you in the first instance for 21 days. That is they are doing their investigation. That is what they use on this mobile boy. What's his name? This boy. Naira Marley. They use that on Shehu Kuti. I'm just trying to bring those popular personalities for people to understand what I'm trying to say. If these people were not popular, talk about the mechanic at Ikoku, talk about the bus driver, talk about those students who they see or they feel that they are 419 people, police arrest. The law is not giving them power to act on the unnecessary power they have. The police will approach the magistrate court, can even go to a JP by just an ex parte motion to say that we suspect that this man committed an offense and we are doing an investigation. Therefore, we need 21 days to investigate and do what now? Keep that man in our custody. It's under the AC. If you want, I can read it to you. You understand? 293 to 299. Federal ACJ, then you go to the state. All the states of the federation domesticated this particular law and unlawful aberration. And once that happens also, the second one leads to what they call the holding charge. A magistrate. You are sitting down there as a magistrate, as a judge. You are not the God judge, but administrative judge. A matter is brought before you. Now, they say this man, there's a petition that was written against the man that is a kidnapper. But there is no proof of evidence to support that offense of kidnap. Just on a piece of paper of 2 pages, a magistrate will look at it and say, I lack jurisdiction to entertain this man. He will now do what now? Refer the man to DPP's office, then send the person to remand custody to go and languish there. The police, the moment you are sent to remand custody, they wash their hands on the matter. He goes there to drop you in prison. While the man begins to wallow in prison, the magistrate that sent that same person to that remand custody will not one day ask, what about the man we took there last week? Have we been able to find evidence to prosecute him? He goes and he opens the next file. That is why you find out that the remand custody today, they are waiting trial, part of the prison, is freed up. So these are powers, unjustified powers given to the Nigerian police. That is why you find out that people pay. I had a friend, police arrested him, he had a little issue with a friend, about 20,000 naira, they took him to station. Before I got there, I met him outside. He called me to come. I said, okay, I'm on my way. Before I got to Ozoba police station, what he said, Barrister, don't bother coming again. I said, I'm very clear. Say, okay, let's meet outside.
What happened? He said, oh boy, today is Friday. I don't want to spend Saturday and Sunday. You know how we do it now. Saturday, Sunday, those things we normally do at a kind of whatever the case may be. That let me just pay for my freedom and go. For 20,000 naira matter, he paid 30,000 naira to bail himself, as the case may be. Yeah. So the PPR cannot tell us. I am asking you to challenge. I challenge the PPRO, whoever that person is, in Nigeria, in River State, anywhere the person is, come and stand in this session and let's debate the propriety and impropriety of your statement, as the case may be. Because it is not true. It is an aberration. You are living in a different planet from the one we live in. So we are so saddened, as the case may be. Nigerians are suffering. Enough suffering is too much for Nigeria now. That is what I think. You should not add to it.
Well, before we do our final two stories, let's turn the conversation over to you. 4 minutes now past the hour of 11. So let me begin with contributions and comments, and then we open the phone lines. We close off with our final two stories. From our Twitter handle, TodayFM951, at TodayFM951, an opinion poll, Favor White says, no candidate should listen to INEC. The modus operandi is to go to the traditional way of ballot box snatching, thuggery, violence, etc. because if any candidate listens to them, they will lose woefully. Gumbo says, believe at your own risk. Opposition parties in these states should find a way of stopping rigging from the polling unit. Wow. The confidence don't fall well. No? Would you blame them? All right, general post on Facebook. Let's take some of them at this time. Okay, I see some of your posts here. We have a lot of stories for today. Udoka puts it this way: 24-year-old fresh graduate as former chairman. Same people who said Tinubu is too old to rule Nigeria are saying this guy is too young. Look at Gaza that Israel is bombing. Upon that, their road is still better than that of Nigerian roads. Dr. Mrs. Imo Resident, take it or leave it. Every lying, unjust, thieving, and merciless leader must reap this whirlwind. We say no to any leader who will talk tough on corruption on one side and embrace it on the other side. Not sure what you're reacting to, so let me move on, please. Nicholas Erasmus, Kalu may regain freedom before December, says Ohaneze. You can just look at what others are doing. Dr. Mrs. Olebora, you really can just look at what others are doing. They talk about a story. That way we can read what you're saying. Nicholas Erasmus, Kalu may regain freedom before December, says Ohaneze. With the plan to meet with Tinubu by Ohaneze, I urge the body to do their best in ensuring that Tinubu uses his office to release Nnamdi Kanu, which is possible if he wants to do so. If this is done, security in Southeast will be restored drastically. Wachiku Kennedy, voice of Mbise, from Okwato. Good morning, everyone in the studio. The call by PDP appealing to INEC to use Imo Bayelsa to redeem its image is a welcome call, but the question remains, will INEC adhere to this call? To me, this call is similar to inviting mosquitoes to come and cure malaria, because election will definitely take place, but INEC and judiciary... okay, let's move on. Mohammed Mutala puts it this way. Good morning, my people. Today is World Food Day. I clean my tears. Poor Nigerians are hungry, and our politicians are purchasing vehicles that cost 160 million naira. Amity Prince, federal government appointment, Ijo raised concern or alarm over marginalization. Tinubu really continued where Buhari stopped by founding only Yorubas worthy to work with him. No Ibibio, Eche, Shakiri, and the rest of them. Okay, that's your point. Chijeke Okala, good morning, Kelly. FD targets 2 million barrels oil output by December. If federal government likes, let them target 4 million barrels. I don't care. After all, the intention is not for the good of the ordinary Nigerian, but their aim is to increase revenue so that they will have enough to allegedly loot. Our leaders are not interested in our welfare. On the appointment of FEMA chairman, there's absolutely nothing to celebrate about that. Kelly, the guy's father, is the immediate past chairman of TED Fund. So, Now still them. Can this opportunity be given to a poor man's child? The answer is no. You say, Kelly, there is hope still. Lorenzo Delight, FG Bars contractors handling 4 projects from handling another. He says a good one. It's one of the causes of abandoned projects in Nigeria. I pray they sustain this policy. Finish the ones they're handling first. Reps to get official vehicles amid nationwide hardship shows how their personal welfare matters to them than the plight of their constituents. And then Kano to regain freedom from December. I hope when he's out, he will maintain law and order, not going on air to make inciting statements. Chile Edwin Oaneze Ndibo should rather condemn the activities of the IPOP terrorist championed by Nnamdi Kanu and not to be asking for his release because he should be made to face the consequences of his actions for allegedly causing the death of many innocent Nigerians with his dubious cessationist agitation. Newton Ekere, any policeman who extorts Nigerians is an armed robber, first PRO. Dear Olumuyiwa Adejobi, with all due respect, sir, you are sounding like a broken record. Maybe you subscribe to the saying that when a lie is often repeated, it sounds like the truth. But you can't fool Nigerians. The rank and file are culpable as you are. Okay? Let's go to opinion poll. Let's see some of your comments there. 2 stories there we haven't touched. Okay, we've touched both of them. Bielsa election, INEC statement, and the PPRO statement. Thank God ability at Twitter. Any policeman who extorts money from Nigerians is an armed robber. Even opposite their station, policemen are extorting money from Nigerians. Is false PRO telling us that any policeman seen collecting money from Nigerians should be manhandled like an armed robber? Bielsa Imo and those elections will be uploaded on IREF, says INEC chairman. What if there's no network to upload the results to IREF? Okay. Henry Amarako puts it this way. INEC chairman should just close his eyes in shame. Okay. Joseph Solomon puts it this way, or Jacob Solomon, the PRO doesn't have what to tell us. What we already know. That's why police constitute 70% of... Sadly, I can't say it. Chijoke Okala, my brothers and sisters in Kogi, Imo, and Bielsa should completely disregard whatever statement coming from INEC. This same statement on IREF was made in the last general election, but was not kept. My advice to them is to come out and vote and ensure that their votes are counted. They should be more concerned with what happens at the polling unit and the LGA collation centers. If they can secure their mandate at the unit and collation levels, they would have got it right. Harcourt Davis, let's understand the technicalities of the grammar spoken by INEC chairman and not deceive ourselves with different interpretations as provided by the law. It means they, INEC, have the rights to decide how and where election results will be collated. And if anything happens in due course, they also have the right to decide the next line of action to be taken. We can interpret from all angles, but the technicalities of the law is that INEC has the powers to vary when it comes to elections and its processes, period. I like this. Let me like it. Okay, Chigo Zewako puts it this way. The current INEC chairman is the real enemy of Nigeria, in your opinion. And thank you. What's your name again? Chigo Zewako. Let's go to Real Talk. We haven't touched it. We will touch it. Chijoke Okala, I strongly believe that Rivers people outside Rivers State will find it very difficult to believe that Rivers State tops the list of states owing pension and gratuities. I mean, after all the noise of the former administration, Mr. Project, Best Governor, among other titles, Kelly, even some of the pensioners are still singing the praise of the immediate past governor and the incumbent administration. The truth is, some of them deserve absolutely what they get. I don't pity them. Wow. Thank God ability at table. What's the essence of police arresting defaulters that fail to pay off debts they owe to their customers when state government is owing our grandparents' pension? Looking at the faces of these our grandparents, I see bitterness in their minds. Please, the ministry saddled with the responsibility of paying these pensioners should not wait until these men and women complain before paying them their pension money. Is their right, for God's sake. Chile Edwin, is quite unthinkable that an oil-rich river state will be rated this low in performance due to bad governance, even if the humongous amount of money from the federal allocation and returns of funds from the past government. Still, the former governor Wike chose to be building bridges and gutters linking between him and his contractors while the people wallow in poverty. But most worrisome is that stakeholders chose to keep quiet while this rape continues, even under this his consolidation. Peter Joyful puts it this way: our country is never tired of owing. Wow. Lorenzo Delight, considering our enormous resources, other states will find it difficult to believe that we're owing this huge amount. River State has no business owing pension and gratuity. It's a deliberate attempt by previous administration not to pay. The current administration shouldn't toe this line of its predecessor in some areas. All right, so let me open the phone lines now. 0817 00 951 081
for their cars. My brother, I can't understand this kind of thing. They will borrow money from China and they will use and go and buy a car that more than 160,000 naira, 160 million naira. Then we are to go and buy fuel now is 620. To buy Asian tire now that we are paying tire at 15,000, 13,000 naira. New one is 50,000. Things are going high every day by day. They are changing Nigerian resources. I don't just understand, my brother. This is too much for us. They should put down their salary. They are borrowing. Yeah, we expect. Okay, those countries they borrow those cars now. They are only increasing. Our own are just going down every day by day. Why are they giving us high shit every day in our life? Okay, police carry are telling you that any policeman that collected money is an armed robber. So are you telling me from Eleni to Owere now, all of them that collected 100 naira, 500 naira, 200 naira, so all of them are criminals. All of them are armed robbers.
Lawson calling from Yenegua.
Lawson, welcome. Please go on.
Sometimes the way people perceive INEC to be, I wonder, why will anybody say INEC is deceiving people? Kelly, you have discretionary.
Exercise discretionary power by disengaging with you now. Would I have done the right thing?
If I run into a stone wall, if I feel I am, for instance, I want to get to Abbey Road, I am.
I'm not sure you answered my question. You didn't answer my question. Why didn't you answer my question? It's a scenario. Why didn't you answer my question? It's simple, straightforward.
I answered your question. Did you hear me?
No, I did not.
I said, if I feel it is not possible or I run into a stone wall, I can change because I am given that power to switch, to change. I am given the power. The question would be, does INEC have such power to disengage? If the question should be asking, do they have such power? If they, for instance, now they come to say they will transmit, they will do this to that, and then they also have the power of doing it manually. And it so happens that it is more convenient for them to do it manually, and they go manual. And would you not say that they are deceiving the people? How are they deceiving the people? If they say that is the big question nobody is asking, do they have such power? It's the question that people are asking the lawyers. If INEC has such power to switch, then INEC has not deceived anybody. And as for the police, show me one institution, one sector in Nigeria that do not take pride. Then I will blame the police. In this country, even the journalists, when they collect those brown envelopes.
Okay. Listen. You're going too far.
No, I am.
Listen.
Yes.
See, I have discretionary powers and I can disengage now. And I won't give you an apology. And you will call again tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm speaking English with you. What gives you the idea, the temerity to think that you can call in and say anything you want to say? I don't understand. Back to the phone lines. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I agree to the house.
Simon.
Echo calling you from Umaholo.
Please go on.
Kelly, I want to tell the leaders of this country, from the legislature to the executive, to the judiciary, to the other arms of government, other parastatals leaders, including police and army and the rest, that they should stop telling Nigeria the big talk again. That enough is enough. It's a warning, it's seriously warning I'm giving it to them. On my own capacity, I'm warning them they should stop giving Nigeria big talk anymore. Enough is enough.
So if they don't heed to your warning, what will happen?
It's between me and my God. I will kneel on my knees.
Okay.
And my God will do what he's supposed to do. It's my warning to them.
All right, that's fine.
7 days. If they don't stop talking, I do the work. I will go on my knees for them and they will face it.
Thank you for clarifying. So you'll pray. Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, welcome.
The name is General, calling from Abarod.
Please go on.
All right. I want to comment about the comment of the fourth PRO. It's quite unfortunate because I stand as one person that would want to join the Nigerian security forces. For recent, I learned that the police are still recruiting, but for no reason will I be joining the police force. I'm one person that likes where things are done under the rule of law and maintaining the rules of engagement, and the police force is not one of those places. I'm not even looking at it. So I really feel that they should come to the point where have the political will to sanitize the system, because like your guests have said there, these things happen in front of their stations, and it reaches down from the hierarchy, from the force headquarters, and they don't pay deaf ears and act as if they don't know about these things. That is why I will keep saying, Kai, Nigeria, pray. Nigeria, pray. These people, they don't care about us. Just God can help us right now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for reaching out. Let's take some more reactions. Good morning. Today, 95.1.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
I'm from Failure.
Okay. Can you speak up a bit, please?
Okay. It is a very unfortunate situation that in the 21st century country and the country we are trying to take ourselves out from the third world nation and claiming to be a second world or a nation.
Okay.
That will be subjected to this level of poverty. Then somebody trying to defend the impetus of an institution to share. I was just doing the mathematics. It's about 5.76 billion they are investing on the camp for 350 members like me. I'm not seeing the red that is representing me before. It doesn't cut my village. And there are people suffering in my village, and people are saying that we need personal. In my office I work. The car I use in my position I work is not even up to 5 million.
Okay.
And this is just a private firm. Public firm that is meant to serve the people. Then somebody will be driving the car worth 150. It's crazy. Then that's on that. All these electricians, they need to have sense, because like sometimes they don't keep quiet. They don't want to take advantage of the office. They need to think.
Okay, so okay, maybe you're saying, maybe you're trying to say they should think in the interest of the people, right?
Yes, for the interest of the people.
Okay, because when you say they don't have sense, that can be that's derogatory.
Okay, is that right? Okay, yeah, no problem. But I say for that they should think when they want to do something, even though they are not the one that are profitable. If they want to tell you that they should use a car of 150 million, you should go back to your village. How many poor people you have there? What can 150 million do for them?
All right. Point made. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
I'm Simeon and calling from Delhi.
Okay.
I am very much sad. I am sad. I am sad that Rivers State government is owing pension and gratuity. I happen to be one of them. I served this state for 35 solid years. I thought, and people are taught, some today have their master's degree, PhD. Now I spent that 35 years for nothing. 35 years and my pension and gratuity, which is just a chicken, is still owing me for giving them the duty. It is quite unthinkable. And the police, everywhere this thing is done. This thing is done in the public view. They collect this 100 naira, 200 naira, right in the view of either the DPO also. And they cannot be coming out to lie. For someone to come and justify INEC, I am sorry, the docility of our people is just much. Only God Almighty will save us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reaching out. Sorry about the situation as well. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good afternoon, my good bros over there.
Bros, the morning with Dale. It's after 11.
This is Edati calling for Rimibo. Through my study, I have defined INEC as a good cloth in the market that any cabal can buy and pay. INEC is a business in Nigeria. Whether you believe me or not, whosoever that is concerned, INEC is a big business that in which the cabal have come together for Tinubu to say that he is storm to rule, meaning that he knew that INEC is on his side and he will buy INEC.
Okay, so these are very strong claims you're making. When you say cabal, who are the cabals?
No, the cabal are the few people there that appoint presidency or president for the masses.
You mean we have people in this?
Of the masses.
You mean we have people like that in this country that decide who should elect?
I'm not denying, I'm not telling you a long story. This is a live reality.
Okay, so
few people over there that have come together to choose who to govern this nation, this country.
All right. So if that's the case, why is INEC a business place then? They can just instruct INEC on what to do.
Yes, now I'm coming for these people to come together, this cabal to come together. They don't want to buy INEC, of course. They don't want to pay for INEC. They don't want to decide INEC what to do. And INEC will not hesitate from doing it. Don't pay.
No, my confusion is you said INEC is a business place, right?
Yes. And
So
now this cabal,
if there is
they are the one with this money.
You're confusing me, but still, we thank you. I'm confused. The cabal will decide who to lead Nigeria. That's what you said. The cabal controls everything. So the cabal can just instruct INEC on what to do. How does it make INEC a business place? Are they making money for the cabal? You didn't explain. You said the cabal, a group of persons. So who are the persons? You didn't say. So a figment of your imagination. Thank you for calling all the same. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning. I am calling from Port Harcourt. My name is Emeka.
Emeka, please go on.
Nigeria is a very big place of scams, everything about the system, and they all involve everything. If we can get Nigeria to work, we need to have a strong leader. Because once you don't have a strong leader who will be at that topmost like a president, to control everything that happens, you will always see INEC, you will always see police, you will always see National Assembly, everybody trying to take from the cake. So we should have INEC to solve all these problems by having an electoral system that works. If we should remove May and remove everything and put it sharp, so that when we are doing sharp, we know that we are doing sharp. And not that the discussion of INEC to manipulate people, manipulate election, you throw up leaders who will go to the assembly to want to appropriate the whole patrimony of the country to themselves. You will not have a policeman who will not have any person to question him because he has helped a politician to win the next election to become a politician. He will not question him. So until we have a formidable leadership system or election system into leadership, we will not get Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay. So a leadership failure. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
Good morning, again, and all the guests.
Good morning, Simon.
This is Simon for Rumodumaya.
Okay.
I want to talk about what the promise the Mahmoud is telling us again. In our local parliament, Mahmoud don't come again. No. He don't carry come again. No. Now so then talk. That is how him and the Festus Okoye did last year. Even when some groups said that they are trying to translate manual, they still came to DC and debunk it, said they must translate. You understand?
Okay, sir.
On issue of the National Assembly.
After all that you've said, you have 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Yes, God. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
It's good morning, Kelly and this crew of gentlemen.
Good morning.
I would say playing a role as criticism. Please, my name is Faken and I'm calling from Borofi.
Okay.
What I want to present before you is, can you also change this set of panel you have and make let's hear from those young ones that are calling from down Bayelsa, one in Podakot, I don't know. I mean, those young ones, can you also hear them in the radio? Because the lawyer has spoken. The man who said he is also writing a petition has spoken. May I ask you, when he's writing a petition to somebody or a group of people, is he taking coins to write that or to make those presentations or what? Thank you very much and God bless you.
Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe I understand what he was trying to say. But if we can get everybody on the radio, I'm not sure that every other person will want to listen. Not everybody is supposed to be on the... Well, people are knowledgeable, and the people that we invite to speak on our shows are experts in different areas. That's why they are invited. So it's not any random person. Oh, you can talk. Come and talk on the radio. No, that's not the case. Because someone like me, I can throw you off balance. I know the questions I want to ask. And I can deliberately make the seat very hot for you. We'll quarrel. And it will be clear that we are quarreling. And people will be sending messages. Kelly, allow him to talk. He's not saying anything tangible. What am I allowing him to talk? You know the number of persons that listen, like you listen. There are those that are very intelligent that are listening. There are those that are just in between. They are also listening. So our responsibility is huge. You may not understand, but give us the benefit of the doubt. Okay? Thank you for reaching out all the same. Let's read some of your messages now. Kelly, greetings. When I say that many of our politicians are interested only for themselves, some people will disagree with me. Imagine at this harsh weather when millions of Nigerians are hungry, federal government is purchasing 160 million naira bulletproof SUV cars to ministers and National Assembly members. No wonder people are tearing their clothes, quarreling themselves to be in power. Rulership in Nigeria has turned to something else. Thank God, Ability Atwebu. Thank you for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and the guests in the studio. On the issue of the PPRO, remember Senator Sani's claim that the police commissioners influenced their postings with many millions. So just as the barrister told you, don't dream to have an issue with Abuja office. If you do, you will testify about the goodness of God in your life. AK from Port Harcourt. Okay, AK, thank you. Good morning, Kelly, and the guest, except my famous constitutional lawyer, Adams, agreed that it's okay for members of the House of Reps to get official Jeep card that costs 160 million naira, while majority of us Nigerians are eating tapioca with kernel. Tapioca is not a bad meal. I love it a lot.
When he gets it, even the tapioca is not everybody that can get it now.
Well, actually, but I like tapioca a lot.
It's good, though.
You see, when I'm eating tapioca, it's like I just won a lottery. That's the look on my face. My entire body is excited.
It's another variant of lottery.
I've decided to pray for you. So, Nigerian citizens Nigeria can't be good to better her citizens until we copy what United Kingdom and Americans are doing. Remember, so many benefits attached to political offices allow resource control by state governments, total upholding of the rule of law, and total war on corruption and bribery, and total punishment of the offenders. That's the only way to better Nigeria. Jane from Port Harcourt. Thank you, Jane, for reaching out. Oh, wow. You expect me to read it? Good morning, Kelly Singto from Port Harcourt. Buying a car of 160 million for our reps is good because they are speaking on our behalf. Please, they should increase their salary too. Big man must get big belly. If you are sad for them, then go and represent us. Singto, thank you for reaching out. Hi, Kelly, and the guest, I'm Lubish. Docility on the part of the people is our dame. I'm paralyzed to know that no legal luminary can come bold to tell Imolites, Bayelsans, and Kogi people to jettison an election to be conducted by an agency whose credibility is still on trial. All right, that's your point, Lubish. Sometimes people want to sit on the radio and have someone make a categorical statement that you hold. You say, Barrister Adam said I should not come out and vote. So because Barrister Adam said I should not come out and vote, I will not come out and vote. Where did Barrister Adam say it? He said it on 95.1 Today FM. Listen tomorrow, you hear him say it again. The other day they will now say, Fine Face Doom Namine say, if you say police officer, slap him. Nothing will happen to you.
Hey.
I sorry you. That slap, I should just throw the hand, they'll catch your hand. They'll catch your hand and then they'll turn you anyhow.
For trying to beat officer of the law.
Before we rush and talk about your matter for radio, they don't beat you. All your idols swear. They don't even see you. Advise yourself. What we share is information to equip you. We're not supposed to tell you what to do, but just to equip you with information. What you do with that information is your choice. It's that simple. Kind of reaching us here. Kelly, as long as this INEC remains in this form, structure, it will be difficult to expect much from them. They have entrenched themselves, doing their own thing at the detriment of the people. You say Yakubu should please pack well. All right. Thank you for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and members of the panel. Ekperi Bukem. I know I messed it up. Please forgive me. Okay. In checkpoints, you would see notice boards stating that we should call when we are being extorted by these officers. Yet they still go on, and they go on to extort people because they feel they are above the law. An example is JTF checkpoint, Omok, C4I, Alo Junction, etc. It's very shameful. I'm sorry I messed up your name. Please, apologies. Good morning, Kelly. I'm highly impressed with the Nigerian Police, Rivers State Command, for bringing us up to speed with the security updates in the state. Also, their untiring effort in combating crime and criminality in the state, foiling kidnapping attempt, violence, and so on. I say well done to them. Secondly, for me, INEC is part of the problem of Nigeria. Humphrey, Minaso. Okay, this is accommodation for the police. Okay, maybe. Kes from Port Harcourt, let the military take over Nigeria. I want to be a great politician also, but that does not mean I'm fully in support of our leaders borrowing money and not making good use of it. The military should flush everybody in Aso Rock, National Assembly, and the whole Nigeria government. He said, let the military take over. That's your solution, eh? All right. Let's go to our final story as we get set to close. There are two stories, and the first one is pensions issue. I think let me do a final call and then we'll get to that. Good morning. Today, 95.1 FM.
Yale, good morning.
Hello, mascot. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I greet everybody in this.
Good
morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Kelly, when in those days we were growing up, mascot will call his girlfriend to come. My girlfriend will agree to come. Along the line, I'll be calling her lines. She will not speak. Or maybe along the way she has seen a better man with a better money. She went along that man and decided not to come. Is that not deceit? That is to say that INEC used semantics to deceive the entire Nigerians in February this year, 2023. They have come again. Now, I've listened very carefully to both the callers and the guests in the studio. The only panacea is for people to engage in their own method of protecting their vote, especially in my state of Imo. I said it already in Imo State 2 weeks ago, and some people said I'm calling for violence. I'm not calling for violence. It is for people to protect their vote because there is nothing that INEC will be able to do. I am telling you, Kelly, what is happening now and what is happening there. Sometimes you say mascot is killing the judiciary. I am not. Because Senator Adamu Bulkachua has already said that called the integrity of the judiciary to question. With what is happening in the judiciary and INEC, it is only left for Nigerians to protect their vote anytime they want to, especially on 11/11 in my own state of Imo. I don't know, but I want to urge all of you to continue fervently to pray for my principal, Senator Tana Chono of the Labour Party in Imo State, to come out.
Okay. When you want to campaign, bring money. Mascot.
God bless all of you.
Thank you. Bring money for us. Don't use style and be doing free campaign here. Okay, our final story. Let's look at it now. 21 states owe 790 billion in inherited pensions and gratuities. Rivers State tops the list, followed by Benue State with 100 billion naira. At least 21 states of the Federation owe retirees 790 billion naira inherited pensions and gratuities. Vanguard checks revealed that while Rivers State tops the list of states with a backlog of unpaid pensions and gratuities to the tune of 119 billion, Benue State comes second with 100 billion naira. Similarly, Southwest Zone ranks first with a whopping 256 billion naira, while the Niger Delta is closely following it with 225 billion naira. Now, in this report, they went state by state, but of course, I can't go state by state, so I've just picked out some of the states here, and then River State. It was also learned that the pensions and gratuities were accumulated by successive governments in the states. Incumbent governments now grapple with liquidating their debt. According to Vanguard investigations, only Kaduna and Kebbi states are up to date in the payment of pensions and gratuities to their retirees. About 13 states at the time of this report could not put a figure to the amount they owe their retirees in pensions and gratuities. Lagos State is owing 10 billion naira. Lagos State, 10 billion naira. I already mentioned Rivers. We'll come back to Rivers in a moment. Akwa Ibom State cannot put a peg on the figure that they are owing. Delta State, 54 billion naira. That's for Delta State. Benue State, 100 billion. I wonder how much Autumn paid while he was governor. Benue, 100 billion naira. Those are the states I can mention. So let's come to Rivers State now. It's interesting, the report about Rivers State, because when people talk about getting information in Rivers State, they don't understand how difficult it is. Nobody speaks. In this state, nobody speaks. Nobody. The Rivers State government is credited to owe pensioners in the country the highest unpaid benefit of over 119 billion naira, spanning between 2003 and 2023. Officials were unwilling to speak on the debt, but the chairman of the State National Union of Pensioners, Colin Samia Iwankwo, corroborated the report. And my question is very simple. Does Rivers State have any business owing pensions? Fine for Zoom a minute. Pensions and gratuity.
Yes, in a way I will say they have, and on another shot I will say they do not. I will say they have on the other hand because, nobody is free of debts, and a way I also know quite well that the previous administration gave more attention to infrastructural development than issues that has to do with human capital and liquidity circulation. And I will say they don't have any business to owe pension because the former governor was on top of his game and he had all the resources a state could have, including the over 70 billion returned by the federal government for federal projects funded by the states under the administration of former governor Amechi.
Was it only just Amechi? I think it goes back to all as well.
Yeah, so all those things came in. So to a very large extent, and the way our former governor was vocal, one would think that he would try as much as he could to pay pensions and gratuity to its retirees, our fathers, our mothers who have served the states meritoriously and they are retired. And oftentimes when people came to say that Rivers pensioners are being owed, they don't allow people to talk because they felt they are demarketing the state as they normally put it. And I know quite well, even people that retired in 2005 to date, they have not received their pension. I know very many of them that have not. And many of these people, our elders, are dying because at their age now, they need drugs, they need treatment, they need care, which they are not getting. And that is telling so much on them. So I think that what we need to do, let us not begin to apportion blame at this point in time, but let these reports not be something that the Rivers State government will come forward now and respond to say that it is not true. Because I remember when they gave statistics that Rivers State was about 43% unemployment, they came forward to say that Nigeria Bureau of Statistics was not working well, they this and a lot of things were said. Let it be that this has been made public now and we are on the national discussion this morning across the country and around the world. Let us look inwards. Let our current governor take steps to pay pensions and gratuity to our fathers, to our mothers, so that they can take care of themselves at their old age.
Bryce Adams.
Well, for me, it's not surprising that Rivers State is owing, pension, funds to workers, to retirees. Because I remember in the Labour Party, at that time led by Beatrice Etubo, she was vehemently and constantly, reeling out facts, why she believed, and she vehemently, saying this, that Rivers State is owing pension and gratuities to workers. As at that time, the state government came out and rebutted that as affirmations, saying that they are not owing any retired pensioner their own pensions and gratuity. Myself, I don't know what to say right now because this further reconfirms or reaffirms what Beatrice Etubo was saying at that time, that the state government is owing billions of naira to retired workers by way of pension and gratuities. So what I would just advise at this point in time is that instead of this, coming out to deny some of these things, they should tell us the truth. The state government should be able to tell us the truth. And if they are owing, they should make moves and put things in order, to pay the backlog of these pensions, arrears, and whatever they call them as case may be. It's not sweating that a state like Rivers State, with all the resources at its disposal, the enormous wealth it has, can own all workers, retirees, their pensions and gratuity. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Did anyone see a report that Rivers State got 92 billion from 30% derivation?
No, I don't think that's.
No, I didn't see it.
Is it new?
I've been waiting for official sources to put that figure.
Okay.
They said Rivers State got I think the most from 13% derivation just paid by the federal government. The figure is somewhere around 92 billion.
Just paid.
92 billion.
The federal government will make it public.
I have. That's why I said. That's why
I've not heard
as well.
And I've not seen in official quarters.
Yes.
I've been seeing it in feelers here and there. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, it's very horrible hearing these kind of stories because I think it's been making the rounds a lot of time, especially in the last administration. When anybody mentions that, they will hush down the person. And the governor has made plans now, and they are paying pensioners, they are paying them. If they had paid them, where do these ones come from? You know, I don't always like all these kind of things that behave like those of them in court and all that. Court belongs to those who have chosen to be there. So it's not public. But this one, where does it come from? The governor has been, a friend of mine, I asked him, he's a top politician, I asked him, now why is it that you people could not at least make sure that pensioners are paid? He said, guy, you see, don't be demarketing reverse state. I said, our friendship will end now, not just now. Because if I tell you the truth, you say I'm demarketing reverse state. Should I be? See, I am from Abia State, no doubt about it, but I'm not living there. Whatever progress I'm making, I'm contributing, is in River State. As you talk about River State, forget about this our system wherein if it were in America, I can become anybody politically if I want. In this particular River State, not in my own home state. But our own is different here. So, but at least I can say things I'm seeing that are going wrong. Look at it, I don't know, Kelly. One will spend the whole energy and finish 35 years. Come back, nobody will pay. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and I think authorities should only do well to make sure they look at whether they are paying it instrumentally to defray them. Simple.
So let me ask a final story. Quick response. More like 20 seconds response. This story of Kanu may regain his freedom before December, according to Ohaneze, same conditional. Condition in the sense that they say they are negotiating with the government, and then there's a plea for the agitators to be peaceful, to be calm. Is that condition necessary?
Yeah, the condition is not necessary, and again, Mr. President do not have power to outrightly release Nnamdi Kanu by December, but if he does so by way of not letting his lawyers oppose the bail application in court, it becomes something that can happen. It will be a good thing for that to happen. But what I know could happen is that if Kalu was already sentenced and is already in prison, then the president can use prerogative of mercy to bring him out.
But they can do a nolly prosecute. We don't want to prosecute this matter any longer.
Yeah. That's a process that can happen. Yeah. So I think if that happens, it will be a good thing. Since the elders of Igbo land have come, release him for all and ensure peace. Let the president try it. It will be fine.
Is the condition necessary, Mr. Andikwe?
It's not, Kelly. You know, I don't like doing something like children while we should be adults. What are you bringing in that kind of caveat there? By Ohaneze telling see, people are already agitating because of what they perceive as injustice against them.
Okay.
Release our man, maybe our head or whatever, their head, of course. Release him. And then you are coming to put that caveat. There be cessation of hostilities and all that. That means you are not sure of what you are doing. You should build your own bridge very well with the federal authorities, and they will go ahead and release him.
What if it's a precondition that the government is giving them?
If it is a precondition, let them also be vocal in telling those people that this is what they told us.
Okay.
That if we do, your man will be released.
Press Adams.
As it is right now, Nnamdi Kanu is a free man, because why I'm saying that is because the Court of Appeal has said that the federal government should release Nnamdi Kanu.
Did they also hear did they hear that the Court of Appeal stayed action on their own judgment?
That is what I'm saying. We have two judgments on all this. So many judgments on this Kanu, whatever the case may be.
The Court of Appeal stayed judgment, execution of judgment.
On that particular,
yes,
so it's going to appeal now. It's going to Supreme Court.
The matter went to the Supreme Court.
That's the situation. So in my own opinion, there is no need for any preconditions to be given. Now, what am I trying to say is that the president under Section 164 can, grant a nolli prosequi, like you rightly said. Call on the AG to discontinue whatever action, whatever form, that is before the courts.
Okay.
And the young man be released.
All right.
So it will even quell all this tension we have in the eastern part of Nigeria. That's my thinking, as the case may. So let them not give any precondition to release him.
Asim Adams Esquire, constitutional lawyer, rights activist, and principal partner, Adams Laws Chambers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Kelly.
Living Gift on Jamala Esquire left already. You have our thanks and gratitude. Fine Face Jumnamene Fine Face, environmental justice activist. Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have the best of the day.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our own in-house analyst. Thank you for always doing what you do.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show. Kelly Kemejima is my name. The world news is around the corner. Have yourselves a great day. God willing, we're here tomorrow for Tuesday edition of Today's Quest.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
I won't talk my mind, for anyone will feel relate, reading my cooler, Sometimes it feels like success is a trap, and sometimes it feels like people don't understand. Cause the pressure plenty, and the expectations high. Even your day ones we're supposed to get your back, sometimes they ones they fight. And everybody has an opinion on how you supposed to live your life. And even people we're supposed to show you the way, now the people they backbite. Not be pride, not be ego. Sometimes I gotta change my mind, sometimes I gotta stay behind, sometimes I will have to say no. Sometimes I got forward out of my head. May this pressure no go drive me insane, no. So if you see me outside and I no greet you, no vex, Papa, my head is full, oh. And Baba, you know the level. Now this house is like this. Now this house is like this. Also can be so overwhelming sometimes. Don't add your own, join my own. I got so many things that the reason no bother me. One you pala pala who Congolele. Kilo satanic on Sherio. Cause family go call, enemy go call, I don't know who is who. No be pride, no be ego. Sometimes I got say
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big story, whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
A very good morning to you. Good afternoon, rather. Thanks for joining us on the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. And the headlines: people of Iba in Emoha alleged invasion of community by military. President Bola Tinubu swears in 3 additional ministers into his cabinet. On the foreign scene, Iran warns that Gaza conflict could escalate if Israel goes ahead with its planned ground offensive. I am Lucky Maxwell. Some indigents of Iba in Emoha local government area of Rivers State have raised an alarm over the alleged activities of some individuals in military uniform who regularly invade the community. The Iba locals also alleged that suspected fully armed military men who usually enter the community on a white Hilux truck invaded the community last night, moving from house to house in search of indigents. The leader of local vigilante in Iba, Chinanu Elonu, who spoke to newsmen, questioned the reason behind the invasion by the suspected soldiers of a community that is not in any crisis. Elonu, who is popularly called Naked, while calling on the federal and state government to intervene, warned that the people will not fold their hands and allow criminals cause problems in the area.
As I dey, I know they do bunker, which every dig and harry know say I'm not a bunker. And pipeline no dey for my street, where then they always come find me. And who are where them kill him father, then still kill him. But I dey promise whoever where they find me to come on hand to look for me. They know they catch breeze, but more na live to they kill innocent people. Nothing I do, I no be kidnapper, I no be thief, I know they do bunker. Whoever where they try to kill me, I dey shut up. Me federal government, Yara. I can never put my hand, make them kill me. This is the last warning. Government is everybody. If he hate me, someone will like me. If he hate me, someone will like me. Because I know he get picking. Tomorrow can be another person turn. He will chop what he sow. So who then pay money wear army uniform to deceive boys, to kill boys before he wear army uniform? He are not the first. He can never be second. If he say he can kill Iba people, sorry for you.
On their part, some other indigenes of Iba, including the spokesman of Ovoha, Concerned People's Assembly, in an interview with Today FM, narrated how the men in military uniform invaded the community and shot sporadically, resulting to tension in the community.
It is reality that some people have been paid to kill people in Eba. Weeks ago, we discovered that people who putting on armed uniform, pretending to be armed soldier, comes into Eba day and night, looking for people to kill, of which they killed one OSPAC member at Obele. Now they are coming into Eba, of which last night they were shooting sporadically, chasing everybody away. We don't know who they have at heart now to kill. We are calling on the entire public, we are calling on the government agency, we are calling on the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we are calling on the governor of Rivers State to look into it now before it gets out of hand. Eba is no longer in crisis. Gone are those days when people were coming into Iba to kill people unnecessarily, to rape women. We don't want any of our sons and daughters to be whisked away any further.
25 minutes to 11 o'clock in the night, I saw a group of people with tinted white heelers with army uniform and walked down to Royal Highness place. They were saying, where is the Royal Highness? Where is Naked? Where is Choma Jonah? Where is those boys? They want to kill them. They forcefully enter our gates. They killed 3 persons instantly. And as I talk to you now, we are burying those people.
In the meantime, some residents of Rivers State say the increasing rate of killings in the state is becoming alarming, saying that the government should do something about it. They say using public transport or even walking has become unsafe and want the government to tighten security in the state because some people are restricted from going to certain places because of fear. They also criticize the police for harassing people under the guise of searching them and tagging some of them as criminals, stressing the need for policemen to undergo some form of reorientation. The resident spoke during an interview with our correspondent.
It makes us feel unsafe. You will not want to go to certain places because maybe you're scared. I feel that if the government should tighten security and punish these offenders.
It's condemnable for quite a long time, not be witnessing kind of killing we are seeing in the States. To be honest at all, and condemn it totally. Our police will not start showing high level of professionalism and can't just identify somebody based on the person code of dress, tag him a criminal without proper investigation. But that government should have to conduct a seminar to actually, for the police officers, to re-educate them.
It's becoming alarming. Maybe every day you hear of different cases, then every day you just know there's one that's going to happen. I think they should just create more security awareness because now even using boats is no longer safe. Walking on with your legs too are still not safe. I just think there should be more security agency, a number you can reach out to.
Police in Rivers State have clarified that what was poured on one Ejiro Olakalada by his wife Goslop was hot water and not acid. The police command spokesperson SP Grace Iringa Koko made the clarification in a statement while announcing the arrest of the woman. The police spokesperson said incident happened in Agboncha in Ilime local government area of the state on Saturday after the couple had a quarrel. The statement said the man is undergoing treatment at the hospital and the police have begun investigation. The Nigerian Labour Congress says it has commenced talks with the Rivers State government on the implementation of the additional 35,000 naira to the wages of civil servants in the state in line with the federal government's pronouncement to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy in the country. Rivers State NLC Chairman Alex Agwanwo, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunanya Obemenduke, claimed that the state government has implemented the 30,000 naira minimum wage as opposed to complaints by some civil servants in the state. Agwanwo, however, noted that the NLC has had complaints that some local governments in the state are yet to implement the minimum wage. He noted that the local government is solely responsible for the payment of its workers and not the state government.
The organized labor in Rivers State have also put some motion on ground to also engage the Rivers State government on implementation of same. The issue of minimum wage not implemented in Rivers State, I think it has made very important to clear the air. The Rivers State government today, so far as the payroll is concerned, everybody in Rivers State government payroll, nobody earns below minimum wage. Minimum wage has been implemented by Rivers State government. But we have cases and reports from some local governments where minimum wage have not been implemented. Council chairmen of various local governments are fully responsible for the payment and for the workers of local government. It's not Rivers State government. For those ones at the local government, we have not really gotten a report from our affiliates on this issue. But we are that at local government levels, there are also some casuals and some contract workers, which for me is not even acceptable. So we also look at where the non-implementation is coming from. We will take it up from there.
For the private sector and the state, Agwanwo said all affiliate unions must engage the companies and organizations they work for to ensure that the 35,000 naira is implemented.
The issue of the private sectors, all affiliate unions, all organizations at the private sector level must engage the companies, the organization at the various union level to make sure this same amount also is implemented at those at the affiliate levels. Like my own union, Bank, I think the various companies will begin to engage them to see how we can also get the same amount or negotiate something favorable for our members.
In other news, President Bola Tinubu will today swear in 3 additional ministers into his 48-man cabinet. Presidential sources said the 3 new ministers will be sworn into office at the Council Chamber of the State House before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting. Today's FEC meeting is the second since Tinubu's inauguration as president on May 29, and it is coming after a 48-day hiatus. The council has not convened since its inaugural meeting on August 28. The 3 additional ministers to be sworn in are Jamila Bio, Ayodele Olawande, and Balarabe Lawal. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima has departed the country to represent President Bola Tinubu at the 3rd Belt and Road Initiative Forum in Beijing, China, beginning from today till Wednesday. In a statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Media and Communications, Stanley Nwocha, the Vice President will join world leaders from over 130 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America to deliberate on the theme, High Quality Belt and Road Cooperation Together for Common Development and Prosperity. The Vice President is expected to avail Nigeria of the platform provided by the forum to lure investors for more developmental projects. Shettima would hold bilateral meetings with other world leaders to promote Nigeria's trade and investment relations in line with the economic development agenda of the Tinubu administration. According to the statement, the delegation of the Vice President to the forum includes the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugaro, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, the Minister of Transportation, Saidu Alkali, among others. The House of Representatives has confirmed the distribution of Toyota Prado SUVs worth 130 million naira to each lawmaker. The chairman of the House Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Akin Rotimi, confirmed this in a statement in Abuja while reacting to the media reports that trailed the controversial SUVs. He said the vehicles are utility operational 2023 model Prado SUVs and are tied to their oversight functions and to be used in the discharge of their duties in the standing committees. He said the SUVs are not personal vehicles and would remain the property of the National Assembly at the expiration of the tenure of the 10th Assembly in 2027. He said members have the option of making payment for the outstanding value of the vehicles to government coffers before they can claim ownership. The Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin has assured the international community of the commitment of the National Assembly to pass legislation required to solve Nigeria's problems and set the country on the path of sustainable growth. Senator Barau stated this at the just concluded 9th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit in New Delhi, India. In a statement by his media advisor Ismail Mudashiru, the Deputy President of the Senate equally highlighted the impact of digital platforms on various sectors of the Nigerian economy. He said although developed countries have gone far in the use and operation of digital technology, developing countries like Nigeria are also tapping into the global trend, hence providing vast opportunities to the citizens. He said that digital platforms are being deployed in the areas of democratic governance and political accountability by the government, the media, and civil society organizations. Our former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Kingsley Moghalu, has kicked against the federal government's plan to borrow $1.5 billion from the World Bank. It is reported that the federal government is engaging the World Bank on a fresh $1.5 billion loan. The objective of the loan is to strengthen systems for improved delivery of basic education and primary health services in participating states. Reacting, Moghalu on his official X page said Nigeria is becoming a carcass and her political class eats scavengers. He said Nigeria cannot be seeking a loan from the World Bank for budget support and at the same time buying SUVs worth 160 million naira for members of the House of Representatives. Meanwhile, the International Monetary Fund says the naira is currently under pressure and Nigeria is free to seek loan from the fund to stabilize the currency if it considers a good option. The Washington-based lender, however, noted that recent exchange reforms and other steps taken by the Nigerian authorities are in order. It also expressed support of the Olayemi Cardoso-led Central Bank of Nigeria's last week's decision to halt the 8-year foreign exchange ban on cement, rice, poultry products, and other food items. They made this known at the World Bank Group International Monetary Fund meeting in Marrakech, Morocco, IMF said inflation in Nigeria was still high at 26% in August, while the Naira continued to be under pressure. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called on the National Assembly to stop paying lip service to basic education in the country. Falana, who made the call in a statement, faulted the lawmakers for attempting to amend the Universal Basic Education Act of 2004 by introducing severe penalties for parents who fail to send their children to school. The human rights lawyer, while also noting that individuals of the political class have failed to pay enough attention to basic education by failing to ensure that the counterpart fund required to be paid by states is paid to UBEC, faulted the political class for not demonstrating any commitment to the education of every child in Nigeria. A university lecturer, Ifeanyi Nwabueze, has expressed dismay over the nonchalant attitude of government towards education in the country. Nwabueze, who is the coordinator of business education in the Faculty of Education at the University of Port Harcourt, made the remarks in the chat with our correspondent on the state of education in Nigeria. He said poor facilities make the teaching and learning environment unconducive and irritating, stressing that most students cannot defend the scores of credits and distinctions they obtain. The lecturer appealed to government to adopt a positive and pragmatic approach to education for the overall development of society. The business education coordinator further lamented that the Child Rights Act policy has rather worsened the situation.
Everything revolves around education. We should realize this. When government realizes it, little effort from the government. Make this place a little bit conducive for us. We are aware that we will not take salary. That is my take home. But make the place a little bit comfortable for us. Give us a recognition. What we need now, what can you tender? And what do you know? That's where we are today. What can you tender? You have with a certificate. 9 A's. Ask the person. What is the difference of two squares? The person does not know. A plus A, the person doesn't know. But they have maths, A1. When these child try that, what did they achieve? You no longer flood the child. It is the fear of king. Our teachers in those days, even on Sundays at home, you didn't go to church. The teacher passes and sees you, you are in trouble. The next day when you go to school, they say you are being flogged, you are being corrected. So you are disciplined. Why at school and outside school you are being disciplined? On this side, if you do any such thing, they take you to court.
The People's Democratic Party has urged the Independent National Electoral Commission to use the forthcoming governorship elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi states to redeem its image. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, the PDP also demanded that the commission should replace the Resident Electoral Commissioner in charge of Imo, Professor Sylvia Agu, to avoid a repeat of the electoral chaos recorded in Adamawa State during the last governorship election. The statement also stressed the PDP has commenced training of its polling agents at all levels to ensure total compliance to the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, Electoral Acts 2022, INEC guidelines and regulations, especially as confirmed by the INEC chairman. The PDP spokesman further said the party remains confident of victory in the three states because all party candidates in the affected state have proven track records of public service and are popular with their people. The Kaduna State Governor, Uba Sani, has filed a cross-appeal at the Court of Appeal, citing in the state capital, asking it to reverse the controversial alternative ruling of the Governorship Election Tribunal ordering a supplementary poll in the state. Despite emerging victorious from the main ruling of the tribunal delivered on September 28, the governor who contested under the ruling All Progressives Congress is contesting the alternative majority ruling of 2 against 1, which created a path for the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Issa Ashiru, to claim victory. Also in his appeal, Ashiru provided 24 grounds to overturn the dismissal of his petition, while also seeking an order of the higher court to invalidate Sani's victory. The cross-appeal was filed by Governor Sani's legal team led by a former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Bayo Ojo. According to Ojo, the tribunal threw the political space into a spin when, in a double majority decision, dismissed Ashiru's petition for fatal non-compliance with the regulating laws, before proceeding to give an alternative ruling favoring the petitioners. He insisted that the dismissal of the petition gave substantive victory to the governor and also listed 14 grounds of errors committed by the tribunal in arriving at its second conclusion. At least 4 students of the Federal University of Gusau, the Zamfara state capital, have been rescued after being kidnapped by bandits. Reports say the students were rescued by the troops of Operation Hadarindaji, who responded timely to a distress call by the university authority. The students were said to have been abducted in their off-campus hostel in the Sabungeri Damba area of Gusau. Residents said the bandits invaded the community a few minutes after 8 p.m. and shot sporadically in order to scare residents. The spokesperson of the brigade, Nigerian Army Gusau, Captain Yahya Ibrahim, who confirmed the student rescue, said the troops responded swiftly to distress calls on the kidnapped students, adding that troops immediately mobilized and formed a blocking position at a possible withdrawal route, which led to a heavy gun duel with the terrorist. On the foreign scene, the Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian has warned that if diplomatic efforts to stop Israeli airstrikes and prevent a ground offensive on Gaza are unsuccessful, there is a risk of the conflict escalating uncontrollably. Amir Abdullahian insisted that multiple regional players are likely to join the fight should Israel not be prevailed upon, reiterating a warning Iran had voiced repeatedly over the past week. He also warned that if Israeli troops decide to enter Gaza, Hamas leaders will turn it into a graveyard for them. On his diplomatic tour of the region, the Iranian minister met with the political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Qatar, where he rallied other Islamic countries to support Palestine and assured that Iran will continue its efforts to stop the war crimes committed by the Zionists. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has also addressed Muslim countries, urging them to come to the aid of Palestinians. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. The people of Iba in Imo government area have accused the Nigerian army of invading their community. We also heard that President Bola Tinubu will today swear in 3 additional ministers into his 48-man cabinet. On the foreign scene, Iran has warned that the conflict between Israel and Gaza could escalate if Israel goes ahead with its planned ground offensive. Prince Ajubo edited the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-3892-850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Amina Ru.